It's 8 o'clock on Today. Coming up, heading to court. Former President Donald Trump set to make an historic appearance before a federal judge today in the classified documents case. We are live at the courthouse with the very latest. Then, ruling the routes. Al is hitting the road celebrating some very special bus drivers.
In a way, it sounds like your passengers, it's almost like family.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
While paying tribute to his own father along the way.
This is the bus I remember riding on with my dad.
You don't want to miss this touching story. Plus, remembering Treat Williams. We are honoring the actor known for his work on TV, Broadway, and the big screen. Killed in a motorcycle accident yesterday. A look at the tributes pouring in this morning. And final spin. After 4 decades, Pat Sajak says he is retiring from the Wheel of Fortune. So what is next for the longtime host on the iconic show? We'll need to buy a vow. Today, Tuesday, June 13th, 2023.
On our 8th grade graduation trip from Ike Middle School in Roseville, California. Hi to my grandma,
who watches the Today Show every day. We love you, Mama dear.
My Savannah's turning double digits. Hanover, Pennsylvania. Visiting from Dixon, California.
West Palm Beach, Florida.
Wilmington, North Carolina. San Diego.
And Baton Rouge, Louisiana. We brought our grandson
From Baltimore.
for a 13th birthday.
From Spartanburg, South Carolina.
It's Robin's big day. Today, I turn 60.
We are back at 8:15 with more of our special series, Today on the Move.
Oh, it's going to be a good one this morning because Al has hit the road with bus drivers from the Metropolitan Transportation Authority.
It is our way of celebrating the men and women who help millions of commuters get to their destinations safely. Al, how's your ride?
Hey, well, this is the MTA party bus, right? All these operators on board. Oh, it's a party, baby. I got to tell you, 1.5 million New Yorkers get on one of these buses every day. And I'm going to introduce you to 4 of the more than 8,000 bus operators who make this system work, serving their community. In the city that never sleeps, the nation's largest bus fleet doesn't either. More than 10,000 city bus operators work transporting New Yorkers across all 5 boroughs. And the driving lineup includes David Lugo, Louis Jimenez, Bernadine Kamwanya, and Cleveland October. Longtime bus operators in the Big Apple, a job my dad was proud to hold for over 2 decades. I wore this suit because this was the color of my dad's bus uniform. I mean, he took great pride in it. What is it about being an MTA bus driver that elicits that pride?
The responsibilities of the lives that you have in your hands.
Having them people entrust you.
I love the people. I love helping people.
I like taking people places, especially the seniors. They say, I was waiting for you.
You'll find each of these operators doing what they love in different parts of the city. Together, they have nearly 90 years of experience picking up passengers. David works at the Jackie Gleason Depot in Brooklyn. My dad drove out of there as well. When I was off from school, he'd take me on the bus with him. And at the end of his run, you know, we'd be in a parking lot, and he'd let me steer the bus. You know, I'd literally sit on his lap, and he'd let me steer the bus. What are the memories you have with your kids on the bus?
When they ran all the way to the back and seen how long the bus was. When you first started, you stand next to the bus and you say, I'm gonna drive this?
They will come in. I will wave at people on different stops because they were like, Poppy, everybody knows you. I'd be like, this is my route, and you know, this is how I work, and it's a good feeling.
There was this two-way street of pride. I was so proud to see my dad doing this, and I think he was proud to see me see him doing that.
Yes, that's the best.
While these operators get to drive buses with air conditioning and even USB charging ports, there isn't the change makers anymore.
Thank God.
The bus I rode on with my dad in the 60s, well, missing just a few upgrades. We got to take a trip down memory lane thanks to the New York Transit Museum, who takes care of this vintage fleet. So guys, this is the bus I remember riding on with my dad. Oh. I would literally sit over either this seat or this seat. There was a place in Brooklyn called Goody's Luncheonette. And he would get me some Yoo-Hoos. I'd sit here and I'd see people coming in and, hey, Mr. Roker, and he'd introduce me to his favorite passengers. The passengers, the best part of the job, not only for my dad, but for these proud New Yorkers who wake up every day with a passion to serve. You've got regular passengers to the point where if you don't see them for a little bit, is there a concern?
Yes, it happens all the time, especially when you have school kids. And if I don't see them, I wonder. And if the next time I see them, I'm like, what happened to you? Are you okay? I say, okay, as long as you're fine, that's good.
How important do you feel your job is to your community?
It's important because when emergency comes, we are called and buses don't stop. Whenever it's a situation, we are called upon to go ahead and help.
In a way, it sounds like your passengers, it's almost like family.
Yes, yes.
Well, guys, speaking of family, I'm going to introduce you to a couple of people you just met, but I'm joined by David Lugo and his daughter, Victoria. Victoria, you recently completed your MTA training and you're a bus operator in Staten Island. It's nice to see you guys.
Thank you so much.
So how did your dad, Victoria, inspire you?
You know what it is? I can remember all throughout my childhood that we would have our events or family gatherings or parties, and my dad would enter the event and he'd have his uniform on, and even though he just finished working, he always had a smile on his face, and I would be so excited to see him, and I always associated my father with that uniform. And so when the time came, and I've always been a driver, he's always encouraged me to drive and gave me the confidence to be a driver. I kind of saw it in my path that he had a smile on his face this whole time. I could do it too.
So, Eva, what kind of pride do you have looking at this young woman following in your footsteps?
Well, if she doesn't know it already, I'm super proud, and just thank God, for an answered prayer. Really, just wondering how God was going to move in her life, and now that she has it available to her, I'm just so happy, and I know what it's meant for me, and I know that it'll provide the same for her, so I'm excited.
That's terrific. I know you got a 10-year-old boy who rides the bus with you too, so a real family affair. That is fantastic. Guys, this is such a blast for me because, like I said, my dad was everything to me and my siblings, and we were so proud of him. He was proud of us, and to be here with all these great bus operators whose families are proud of them. It means the world to me.
It's beautiful.
And to this.
And you know what? I hope everybody, whether you're in New York City or not, you're riding the bus today, hug a bus driver, at least high five or something, fist bump, because it's amazing what they do. We are back.
with Jenna. And today's talker this morning, it's the perfect story for Father's Day.
It really is. In the new HBO documentary, How Do You Measure a Year?, the director Jay Rosenblatt interviews his own daughter Ella, asking the very same questions every year on her birthday from age 2 to 18.
Isn't this a beautiful idea? And that ritual turned into an Oscar-nominated documentary that is just extraordinary. It is a love letter from a father to his daughter. Jay and Ella, who, by the way, is now a college graduate, will join us in a moment. But first, I got to talk to Jay about his heartwarming film.
Today's my birthday. Hi. Hi. My name is Ella. Test, 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 test. Okay, let's start.
And look at the other.
A birthday ritual that began when Ella Rosenblatt was 2 years old.
Every year, me and Dad film together.
Oh, yes, for your birthday.
Yeah.
From the age of 2 to 18, Ella sat in this exact spot, answering questions from her father, Jay Rosenblatt, a filmmaker.
It's so simple and yet profound. What were you hoping to do with it?
I just thought that this would be a great project, that if it didn't turn into a film, it would be a great archive for her.
That keepsake for Ella is now a new HBO documentary, How Do You Measure a Year?, which was nominated for an Academy Award.
What do you want to do when you grow up?
Put on makeup and eat gum. To be a good person, but not be perfect.
This is the second year in a row Jay earned an Oscar nod.
I like it a lot. Trick or treat.
Jay made 3 other films with his daughter, but this one is his most personal.
What do you want to say to your older self? Let's talk about you and me for a second.
He asked Ella the same questions year after year, even braving those tween years.
Our relationship has been tough this past year.
Jay says yearly check-ins about their relationship an added plus.
But we always make up and forgive each other in the end, so I feel pretty good about it.
Part of the magic is watching his baby grow up right before his eyes.
What is power?
I don't know.
What do you think it means? What does power mean?
Power means, I don't know. Feel my muscles. Power is being yourself. That takes a lot of power.
What else, as a father, when you watched it back, came to mind?
How amazing a person she is and how much I love her. Ella, as a parent, it goes by so fast. So part of my motivation in filming her is just to hold on to it as long as you can.
What would you say about who she's become?
I think she's become who she has always been. She's just an older version of it. She's just a wonderful being. I feel so lucky.
Wow, we're so delighted to have Jay Rosenblatt with us, along with his daughter. She's 22 now, Ella. She's in San Francisco this morning. Ella, we'll talk to you in a second. Jay, first of all, did you edit for 3 years through tears? Because I mean, just watching that and all the home movies. But I mean, you asked such provocative and interesting questions. You asked questions that stood the test of time, and I think that's why this is so powerful.
Well, thank you. Yeah. You know, the questions are, in a way, not the important part of this film. It's seeing her grow up in front of your eyes in such a short amount of time.
Yeah. I thought what was interesting was you said she's actually been the same person. She's just kind of evolving. Did you notice that through thread when you looked at her answers when she was 3 and 4 and 5 to now, her teenage years?
Well, you know, when she was really young, the answers were really funny.
Yeah.
And as she gets older, you could see that she's become more socialized and she's just more serious. So there is a through line of her spirit, but the responses are very different.
Ella, as we said, this really is a love letter that your dad gave to all of us, but it's about you. What did you think when you first saw the film?
Yeah, it was definitely really surreal to see it.
I think, most kids may have a few home movies, but to have this really meticulously documented footage year to year, it kind of feels like, my own personal time capsule in a sense.
Well, I think it's so interesting because your dad asked about your relationship with him, and you were honest, because I think that might be one of those things where you don't want to hurt his feelings if you're going through a difficult spot, but you told the truth.
Yeah, I think that's a testament to our relationship, and I also think it really, shows the authenticity of the film. We were really honest with each other throughout the whole process.
Ella, what did you think when you saw it all together, this final product? Did you learn anything about yourself that you didn't know? Did you view your relationship with your dad a little differently? What impact did it have to see that?
Yeah, I really didn't see any of the footage till it was mostly put together, and so I hadn't remembered most of my answers even at 18. It had been, at that point, I think 2 or 3 years since the most recent one and many years since the earlier ones. So it was really, I felt in some ways just like another audience member viewing it for the first time, and then yeah, just so special that my dad put on all this work, and I was just really happy to see the final product.
Well, we know y'all can't be together for Father's Day, but do you want to just say Happy Father's Day to your dad right now on satellite?
Yeah, Happy Father's Day, Dad. I love you so much.
Oh my gosh. Beautiful.
Thank you guys so much. And you said it's never too late to start. We can do it now with our kids.
Yeah, that's the thing. We are like, why didn't we do this? But Jay, you think, people are watching you probably thinking, what a great idea. What advice would you give?
I would say it's never too late.
Yeah.
Because you could always fill in the earlier years with photos, a montage. There's lots of ways around that. But what's really valuable is just having this ritual to check in.
I love it.
I think that was probably the best thing that came out of this.
Jay, thank you. Ella, thank you so much. Good luck, honey. And again, the HBO documentary film, How Do You Measure a Year, airs tomorrow on HBO, and it's streaming on Max. We are back with our new series. It's called Love Your Mornings, okay? When the temperature rises, it's crucial that you get enough to drink. And now we're not talking about just margaritas and beers. Those do not count. We've got clever ways to make hydration fun with our newest contributor, Allie Love. That's why we call it Love Your Mornings. Okay, Allie,
right.
first of all, welcome in again. We're so happy to have you. Okay, so we know the rules. We always see 8 glasses of water a day is a must. So is that pretty much true? Is that the general rule?
It's a general rule. It's usually half your body weight in ounces if you want to be accurate. In the summer months when it's really hot, you want to do 25% more of that, so an extra glass here or there to stay hydrated.
Okay.
It's really important to stay hydrated. You want to lubricate the joints. It really equalizes the body temperature, keeps you going. So what we've done, we set up morning, evening, and nights to make Hydration Station fun. Because Hoda, how many people just want to drink glasses of water and you're like, okay, I've done that already.
Boring.
It's so boring.
Okay, but you like a clear bottle.
Yes. First thing in the morning, we want to, you know, you go on Instagram, it's called a feed for a reason. It's feeding you.
Okay.
Things that you're witnessing is feeding you, feeding you. So when you see something clear, most times you're like, I need to hydrate. I see water, therefore I want water.
That's interesting.
So I put these by my bedside, in the bathroom, in the living room. As soon as I get up, I see it, I hydrate.
So you drink one of these a day, you think about?
I probably drink more than this, not that you should, but yes, I drink half my body weight.
Okay.
Also in the morning, electrolytes. Fantastic. If you are someone who works out a lot or you're someone who sweats a lot, you want to replenish your body with minerals.
What's the best way to do that without like Gatorade?
For me, you take a little hydration packet with electrolytes, put it in water, you stir it up. The night before, I'm a night before person. You take it, you mix it, you pour it in the ice tray. I don't want to do that. And guess what? Taste this. This is electrolytes, ice cubes with water. See? All different flavors, affordable. You can get it anywhere. It's not anything that's hotty-toddy. It's easy. Easy, affordable.
By the way, yummy, yummy.
Potassium, calcium, all the good things.
Afternoon, we want to stay hydrated. What's a good way to do that?
Most times we go for juices. We go for sodas. Now, I got to say, my Nana, she used to, she's going to get me, she used to love a Pepsi a day for lunchtime.
A Pepsi a day?
Not anymore. No. Not anymore. Don't want her to call me. So what we do is I try to introduce new juices. And also for the kids, if you have kids, taking high water content fruit, watermelon.
I like watermelon,
or cucumbers. You put a little bit in a mason jar, you muddle it up a little bit, gets a nice color. You add water in there, and guess what? Maybe
just
pop it in the freezer. Just dump it in there. It's gonna look like this gym. Now, anything pink, most people want to drink it. They're like, what's that? Your kids, your friends.
Good point.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Has a little bit of flavor. Yes.
I like it. And you put mint in it. Okay.
Yes, I
That's
put
nice.
a little garnish just for you.
I like how you mix it up. Okay.
Yes,
so
this is like that soda supplement here.
Now, I have friends who are sparkling water fanatics. Is sparkling water fine, by the way?
It is. Yeah. It's not your main source. It shouldn't be your main source of hydration.
Okay.
This is basically, I've taken some green tea ice cubes. I've made them into ice cubes. It's summer. It's hot. We want to jazz it up a little bit. Put a little sparkling water. You can do this with 100% fruit juice with your kids. Put it in the freezer. Pop the ice cubes in the sparkling water.
By the way, delicious,
homemade
yummy.
soda.
Take us to nighttime.
You ready, huh?
Yes, I'm ready.
This is my favorite.
What is this?
What's this? This is your favorite hydration station popsicle.
What is it?
This is a coconut water. So basically, coconut water. You take it. You can buy these at like your local little store, bodega. You put it in the freezer overnight. It's coconut water.
Why have I never done that?
Full of potassium, great for hydration. And then at the end of the evening, maybe you don't want to have. This isn't not this time. Next time I got you.
Okay.
Next time I got
what's
you.
this?
So this is a little cheers. Oh wait, before little cheers, a little hydration station cocktail. You can take any of these things, put it in an adult glass, and have a drink. Now you could spice it up if you want to.
Okay, girl. Well, Allie, your first official segment on the Today Show. Welcome again. We're so happy to have you. You're brightening up the days. I love my mornings more. By the way, join our community of nearly 500,000. Just scan the QR code. Get the newsletter delivered to your inbox every single morning. Way to go, Allie. All right, Savannah, over to you.
Okay, great job, Allie. Coming up, we're going to get some cute ideas for transforming your backyard into Party Central for summer entertaining. But first, this is Today on NBC. Cheers. We're hydrated. are back with Shop This List today. Spending some time outside with family and friends is one of the best parts of the summer, and this week's list features our top picks for hosting guests of all ages. Organization expert Janelle Cohen is here. She's going to share it with us. By the way, you can scan the QR code that you see there, add everything to your cart with just one click if you like it all. Janelle, good morning.
Good morning.
I mean, what a beautiful day. This is the perfect time to demonstrate some of these items. So what have you found? Tell me about this. It looks like a cactus, and I like that.
I know. At first glance, they look like cute little faux succulents, but they're actually outdoor tabletop torches.
Oh.
They're really cool because you can add bite fighter torch fuel to them, keeps mosquitoes away, and this little top acts as a little way to snuff out the flame.
Wait a minute. So it's a real flame, and then, oh, that is cute.
Isn't it so cool? I had never seen a product like this. It really caught my eye. I think they're so cool.
Okay, great. I love it. Is it easy to find the fuel or whatever you put on it?
Yeah. You can get it at Target.
Okay, well, isn't that so great? Okay, tell me about this. This looks like a tea container.
It's a beverage dispenser, and it's the easiest way to level up your hosting game. This one's actually only $10. What? I like to add some ice water, cut up some lemons, cucumbers, throw them in there, add a little pop of color, a little natural flavor, but you could use it for any beverage. So we have iced tea, you could use it for punch, sangria.
That is so cute, and you're right. It does make you look like you're like taking it up a notch.
Exactly.
Very fancy.
Exactly.
Okay, this is a great serving tray. You could do that. You could put a lot of different things. You could do.
You can use it for
dessert,
anything.
cheeses, whatever.
Absolutely, and it's great because it's made of melamine, so it's great for outdoors. It's not going to break.
Can you go in the dishwasher?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Of course, you can throw it in the dishwasher. Easy cleanup. I like to put it in rainbow order. If you're going to do veggies, fruits, appetizers, take it up a notch.
Okay, that's very, very cute. And all of these items you're saying are at Target?
Yes, this one's under $20.
Okay, great. That's a clutch one.
Yes.
All right, tell me about this.
Oh, an outdoor pizza oven. Right?
What?
I know, and it's 63% off right now, so it's only $119.
Okay.
You can literally transform your backyard into an Italian restaurant.
Seriously?
Have some pizza making parties with your friends.
So what do you? Okay, so you can buy the dough pre-made. This is easy.
Oh, easy, and it's like so cool, right?
And fun for the kids too. You could put out, they could make their own pizzas, do that kind of thing as well.
You could even put all the ingredients in this little platter.
Oh my gosh, you sure
right?
could. You really, really could. Okay, so and did you say how much that one was?
Yes, $119 till the end of the month.
Okay, wow. And you just plug it in or what? I mean, I always think something like this has to be installed.
I know, but
I get intimidated.
It's totally portable, and the best part, I mean, I'm gonna go home and order this myself.
Yes.
It's a really good deal.
All right, that's fun.
Yeah.
Okay, and finally we've got a little bocce ball.
Right. Who doesn't love a good lawn game, right? It's a great addition to an outdoor party. Gets everyone up and moving, having fun. And this one is from Joanna Gaines' line from Magnolia at Target, and everything she does is so chic. So it's great. You get to have your guests up playing, having great memories.
This would be a very cute housewarming gift for somebody too if you're going to visit, don't you think, neighbor or somebody, bring a little bocce ball, get the competition going.
Exactly.
All right, Janelle, thank you so much. If you are interested in purchasing these items, you can also check out more of Janelle's picks. You can scan the QR code that you see or go to today.com/shop-this-list. It's not that easy to say, but easy to click. By the way, Today earns a commission on purchases made from this segment, which today solely featured products available at Target. We are back in a moment with our third and fourth hours, including Hollywood icon Michelle Pfeiffer and more of the MTA bus drivers. So inspiring this morning. But first, a check of our plaza and your local.
Welcome to Today. So happy to see you guys. Would you like my boost?
Yes.
Back. Here we go.
Sometimes we just do things to help.
That's our Hoda.
Happy birthday. We got an awesome crowd, y'all.
That's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
The biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming to this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
This morning on the third hour of Today, I'll drink to that. Surprising study, brand new findings that link light to moderate drinking to improved heart health. We're going to break down what it means. Plus, our series On the Money is on vacation. Strategies before you book your next trip, how to upgrade, spend less, and get more out of your summer. Then Justina Machado, live in Studio 1A, to share her scary good news show that combines horror and humor. And in Today Food, we're making 2 standout summer sides that are fresh and flavorful. Today, Tuesday, June 13th, 2023. Live from Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, this is the third hour of Today.
Good morning and welcome to the third hour of Today. I am Chanel here with Al and Craig. Dylan is on a grand assignment, which we will talk about very soon. And Al made a grand arrival this morning with about 40 friends. We are celebrating the men and women who make New York City move, the Metropolitan Transportation Authority's bus operators. This was such a beautiful morning. You don't have to live in New York City to know how challenging and tricky it can be to navigate the streets of New York City, and these men and women
especially
are doing
those articulated
buses,
and
day
double
in and
buses.
day out. And sometimes I think people take them for granted.
They absolutely do.
And so that's why
I had such a great time. And we had this Today's On the Move segment, but I grew up riding the buses. My dad was in New York City. It's called a bus operator now. When Al Roker Sr. drove the bus, you were a bus driver. And we've got some of the dedicated drivers that we talked to and had a good time with. First of all, I want to introduce you to Louis Jimenez, soon to hit 25 years as a bus operator out of the Manhattanville Depot. Bernadine Kamwanya. She's been behind the wheel for 15 years, works out of the Queens Village Bus Depot. Tony DeLuca. Tony. That's right, from the Eastchester Bus Depot, looking to retire in the fall after 42 years. He started when he was 12. And finally, Tyrone Lampkin has 18 years as a bus operator, now a surface line dispatcher in Manhattan. In fact, it's funny, my dad, he was always wanted to be a dispatcher because that was the next step up. And then he made dispatcher, chief dispatcher. But it's good to see all you guys.
When he retired, he was chief dispatcher?
No, when he retired, he was 24 years on the buses and then moved into management at the MTA in labor relations. So,
well done.
He was at the TWU and then was on the other side. But anyway, Louis, tell me something. Watching your dad at work, did that inspire your interest in becoming a bus operator?
Yes, indeed, because riding around the neighborhood with him and seeing people waving at me and knowing my name just for the fact that if they knew my father and they knew the truck that he used to drive, inspired me a whole lot to do the same, to bring it back to the area that I work in that I live around.
Great. Louis, I would imagine all of you guys probably have your favorite passengers. Is it true that at one point you had your wife and kids on the bus?
Yes, I have. They love riding on the bus with me, and they enjoyed it. I mean, not the whole route, but at least
too much.
A long day. They kind of got tired.
Bernadine, let me bring you in here. What do you enjoy most about your job?
I love driving the bus. I love my neighborhood. I love the feeling that they express themselves when they come back. After I drop them, they're like, thank you so much. I'm at my destination. It's so nice to see that they appreciate what we do.
And is your sister now driving a bus?
No, she's not driving the bus, but she decided to join MTA, but she's a token clerk.
Okay, all right.
Family affair.
And Tyrone, any tips you want to share with riders or even other drivers on the road and pedestrians when it comes to the buses?
Well, I like to tell the bus operators, my safety tip for them is always be aware of your surrounding when entering and leaving the bus stop, because a lot of people stand on the edge of the curve. There's pedestrians and tourists in the city that don't understand, so they have to be aware when they're leaving and entering the bus stops.
Great tip.
That's great stuff. And by the way, you look at this group. I remember when my dad was driving years and years and years ago. You know, he was one of only a few bus drivers of color, and now the MTA bus operators, they really do represent this city.
The city.
You know, in all walks of life and from all parts of the country and the world. So it's really great to see you guys and ladies do a fantastic.
Yeah, you don't hear it every day, so we're saying it this morning.
Thank you for your
on national television.
Thank you.
But we appreciate you. You know, even during COVID, and there's certain times of the year where if they're not around, you notice. So we appreciate you guys.
Yes,
Thank
we
you.
do.
So much.
Thank you so much. Keep the city moving, for sure. We're going to turn now to another headline that really grabbed our attention this morning. We've long heard about the negative effects of alcohol, the effects that alcohol could have on our hearts. But now there's this new study out of Massachusetts General Hospital, and it says that light to moderate drinking, that's the important phrase here, light to moderate drinking may actually be good for our heart health. Senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres is here to walk us through this new research. So we talked about this earlier because I do feel like, in one year you hear that drinking's terrible for you. Then the next year there's a study that comes out, it's like, maybe it's good for you. Now, so where are we?
And it's been back and forth for a couple of decades determining whether it's good for you or not good for you. And it's kind of circling around the fact that depending on your risk, for what your risk is, if it's for heart attack or strokes, then light to moderate drinking may be beneficial. And by that I mean, you need to be careful of any other risk factors you might have, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. But what they found out in a study looking at 50,000 people, and of those 50,000, about 700 they did CAT scans on, that they had previous CAT scans, and they found out that a part of the brain called the amygdala, which is the part of the brain that responds to stress and basically pushes out the hormones in our body, it responded less to stress if people who are light to moderate drinkers. And so that is what they think is happening in this case. It's not the supplements, it's not the antioxidants that are in there, it's not the resveratrol or flavonoids, any of those, and it didn't depend on what kind of alcohol, it was just alcohol in general.
I was looking at that, negative effects of stress, and then also chronic stress too, hypertension, increased inflammation.
Exactly, when you look at stress, it does a couple of things. One is what happens right away, and you can get high blood pressure, you can get increased heart rate, those are right away things. Chronically, over time, you can get hypertension, you can get cardiovascular disease.
Does it help with chronic stress then?
It does help with chronic stress, and what they found out is, as opposed to what we think, you take a drink and you feel relaxed. Sure. That's kind of what alcohol does. In this case, with the amygdala, in response to the body, it just didn't do it while you were drinking, it did it throughout the day.
That's
and so it was a long-term stress reliever in this case. But again, there are some caveats behind it.
Well, what's light to moderate drinking? And by the way, Craig's light to moderate drinking might be different than Chanel.
I guarantee you it is. I guarantee you it is.
And in this case, it's the same for everybody. For women, it's one drink a day or less. For men, it's 1 to 2 drinks a day or less. That's considered light to moderate drinking.
I feel like that's a lot.
And interestingly, the researchers also found that if you go above that level, it actually started to have what they call a deleterious effect. It started to make things worse. And so that level is certainly a level you want to keep.
But he should clear this up. When you say 1 to 2 drinks per day, you can't save up all 14 of your drinks for
Exactly. You don't want to
Saturday night.
Right, exactly. You don't want to binge drink. You want to do this on the average day after day kind of thing. There are some caveats, and the caveat mainly is, depending on what your risk factors are, if your risk factors are cardiac disease, heart attacks or strokes, then this might help. And researchers, experts, I say the same thing. Don't start drinking because of this, but if you are drinking, take some belief that this could possibly help a little bit, and so think about that. On the other hand, if your risks are cancer related, then you don't want to drink because any amount of alcohol can increase your risk of cancer. So it depends on what your family history is, what your own health history is, as to whether this will be beneficial. But the important thing is the important thing
Craig's got this look like.
Well, because that's scary.
Cancer is in our family. Dr. John, but really quickly here, also to be clear, we're not talking about a difference between wine or beer or hard liquor. It's all the same in this study?
It is all the same in the study. It was alcohol-based, not depending on the kind of alcohol. But you have to remember, a big glass of whiskey versus a small glass of wine, it's how much the percentage of alcohol in those as well. So, again, you want to be very careful with all that and make sure that you are staying in that light to moderate range.
But just enjoy it until the next study comes out.
Right.
Don't do this.
Exactly.
Thank you, Doctor.
You bet.
All right. Well, now to a really game-changing, no pun intended.
I get it.
Right? On the game show, Changing of the Guard, Pat Sajak is stepping down as host of Wheel of Fortune. He made the announcement yesterday saying the upcoming season will be his last. In fact, Sajak has hosted the show since 1981, winning 3 daytime Emmys for Outstanding Game Show Host. No word yet on who might replace Sajak, but it's one of those, it's the end of an era. You, Al, you were on the show with your mom.
Yeah, it was Celebrities and Their Moms Week. It was
embarrassing.
There's a clip.
It's embarrassing.
Okay, let's.
Nope.
Yeah.
feature reporter for NBC News Today and host of MSNBC's Remember This, 1997 Daytime Emmy nominee Al Roker.
Hi, everybody, and this is my mom, Isabel Roker. And we went down quickly.
Oh, you didn't do well?
Oh, we didn't do well.
I would think that you would do so well.
Here's the interesting thing. You sit behind, because they tape a bunch of shows at once. So you're waiting your turn. You're nailing puzzles left and right, boom, boom, boom. Then you get there, the pressure is on, and I just tanked. I mean, I said something
That surprises me.
And then I got back into the green room, and I'm nailing puzzles again left and right. It's that pressure you're on there.
You know what? I kind of feel like you deserve a do-over.
Well, you
would you
never
like
know.
to go back?
That's a good idea.
Can we make that happen?
With like Leela or Deborah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's a great idea.
There you go.
What could be better for a marriage?
That's okay. You know what? Why don't you and Lindsay come
No,
on?
that's
Wheel of Fortune. The thing is, we're talking about Sajak, Vanna White. I mean, they're part
Vanna
of
White hosted.
They're part of pop culture.
They
You know what
are,
I mean? Like, I
absolutely.
just feel like.
There's been some talk in terms of who could take over. Vanna White, obviously, I think I would assume is on a short list. His daughter. His 28-year-old daughter actually works on the show. There she is. Works on the show. She's done some country music singing.
Well,
so you could keep it in the family.
Well, you know, it's funny. He started as a TV weatherman in Nashville, Tennessee.
Didn't know that. Learn something every day. All right. Well, when we come back, we are on the money with Stephanie Brule. She is going to tell us how to save money on our summer vacation and some strategies to score a free upgrade. And then later in our series, Generation Next, the sharp woman who is sharing her love of archery and making this sport more accessible for everyone. We'll be right back.
That's a hard sport.
It is hard.
Time now for On the Money. We want to help you plan your ultimate summer vacation without breaking the bank. So here to help us out, before and after you book our trip, your trip, or if you want to book my trip too, NBC News senior business analyst Stephanie
That'll
Brule.
make your trip way cheaper.
So much easier.
If someone else books
Get somebody
and pays
else to
for
book it.
Yes,
There you
that
go.
will make it way cheaper.
Okay, so everybody wants to travel in style, but that, of course, can come with a higher price tag. So what can you do ahead of time to try to save some cash?
Okay, first things first, there are ways you're already spending that you might be able to save, right? Are you a member of one of those clubs like a BJ's, a Costco, a Sam's Club?
Sure.
Well, guess what? Those warehouse clubs offer warehouse prices. If you go to their websites, they offer full vacation packages at warehouse price discounts, so check them out. Where are you a member? There might already be a discount. A favorite one of mine is AAA. So before you go and book that hotel, check and see if there's a AAA discount if you're a member of AAA. And the last, statement credit. Your credit card might offer statement credit. So if you are going to a specific hotel, a travel destination, and using a certain card, you may get extra points and credit for it. So check the details. Check the benefits on your credit cards.
Okay, so we're going to the hotel, and you see this one price, and it looks great, but then there are these fees.
This is
the
my
resort fee, and this fee, and that fee.
This is my biggest pet peeve, right? You go to the hotel website, there's a pool, there's a gym, and then guess what?
You were pulling a Chanel there.
And then guess what? Find out you want to go to that pool, $50 for every person in your family. It drives me nuts. So when you get there, especially if you're going on a business trip and you're not even going to use that pool, talk to the manager and say, I'm here on business. I don't have a bathing suit in my bag. Try to get that knocked off. But I actually try to do it
before I go. Because, once you show up at the hotel and you ask them for a discount, they're like,
They gotcha.
You ain't going anywhere.
Yeah.
We're charging you. Try to do it beforehand.
All right.
Let's talk about upgrades. Can we cue Upgrade You by Beyonce? Probably can't. Okay, let's talk about some upgrade hacks. This is a good one.
Nothing I love more than an upgrade. And people often think, I'm never going to get upgraded. I don't travel that much. Join loyalty programs. It might be for a hotel chain or an airline. Oftentimes, all you need to do is sign up. And if you sign up, they give you bonus points, and that could help you. Travel card benefits.
This has changed my life.
Oh, really?
Oh, my goodness, yes. I don't want to sound like a commercial, so I won't say which airline, but for every $1, you get a mile.
Boom. You have to remember to do it. If you have an airline or a hotel-specific credit card, pay attention to those. You might immediately get elite status, or just if you spend those points, go towards travel points, that could help you upgrade.
That's good.
And then your credit card perks. And now I really want you to call before you go to the airport, meaning you might get to use the airport lounge if you have a credit card.
Okay.
But please call beforehand, because we've all done it.
Sure.
We've gone to the airport.
No, I
we've
love
taken
it.
our families.
Remember that, Craig? Craig wouldn't let me join.
We go, let's go to the lounge, right?
Stephanie, I was traveling with Chanel a couple months ago, and those people who are in the airlines, they're like screaming at you to sign up for a credit card.
I was trying to sign up. He wouldn't let me. The guy was so mad when Craig pulled me away.
She wanted to go. No, but there's nothing worse than walking into the lounge and then they go, oh, you're not eligible. Or your spouse is, or your kids. And then they go, $50 a person.
You're
and
right.
then you look down at your kids and you're like, nah, sorry.
Not worth it.
So I would just say, check before you go.
That's a
check
good one.
before you go. And also just ask the hotel for an upgrade. Guess what? Say, it's our anniversary. It's my birthday.
Even if it's not.
You never know.
And be friendly, and sometimes they will.
You never know. There might be a piece of cake in your room. Just saying.
So lastly, Steph, once we actually get to the destination, once we get there, how can we relax and unwind without overspending?
Pack light. It's summer. A little bikini and a pair of shorts.
Okay.
First of all, especially if you're traveling on a budget airline.
Better wax.
Or not, depending on where you're going.
Oh, God!
Pack light, especially if you're going with the budget airlines and they're going to charge you more for luggage. But also, do you really want to be lugging? If you want to relax, do you want to be lugging a huge suitcase if you have to go upstairs?
I don't even like to check a bag.
That was true.
Unless I have the
look at
kids.
you.
Unless I have the kids.
Okay, and my kids hate this. Mind your meals.
What do you mean?
There's no reason to go out to eat every single meal.
Preach.
Okay?
Yes.
Go to a quick grocery store. If your kids are eating granola bars and having a Capri Sun at home, they can also do that on vacation. Sorry. Wah, wah. And this is my last most important one.
Okay.
Just have a little bit of money set aside for fun. Okay? I'm the cheapest person when I go to a boardwalk with my kids. That's a ripoff. Nobody wins those games. Kids want to play the boardwalk games. Have a little money set aside.
But you're right about minding your meals. That's one of my big pet peeves. And kids waste so
and then
much
they
food,
waste
too.
it.
Yes, and then I gained 10 pounds on vacation because
you're
I'm like
eating their
$4
food.
for
By
orange
the way,
juice.
to your point, whenever you're going, whether it's at the hotel, be nice.
Be nice.
Smile.
Yes.
You can get more.
That's part of waxing, Craig.
Thank
Be
you.
nice.
Thank you. I'll be waxing.
That's right.
To other guests.
For more money tips anytime you like, go to today.com/onthemoney.
back now with our series Generation Next. All month we are celebrating Pride, and this morning we are meeting a sharpshooter who is creating a space for the LGBTQ plus community to try something new, archery. NBC's Stephanie Goss gave it a shot.
Oh.
Yeah, a lot of fun, actually. Yeah, you're about to see. Good morning. Kendall Tishner and her company Wild Captives are on a mission to make people feel empowered and included in archery. And let's just say she's right on target.
It's kind of like when you're in a power pose in yoga, but this action of just your body and standing strong and steady in your feet is just naturally empowering.
35-year-old Kendall Tishner imagines archery as a kind of meditation.
You know, it's a repetitive motion, and it gives you like amazing mind-body connection.
She's bringing a different take to this ancient skill.
How did you get into archery? I guess I tried it a couple times at summer camp, which I think is most people's first try at archery, and oftentimes their last.
Like mine?
Yeah.
But then the pandemic hit, and like a lot of us, she took aim at a new hobby.
I just started to teach myself archery, so I started to kind of like post my journey of learning.
A journey kind of made for TikTok. This is one of her early posts. Hi TikTok, she writes, I can't really dance, but I can do this. #lesbian, #archer. Then there was this post, dedicated to the men trying to correct her form in the comments.
I had a couple overnight ones that got in total close to like 10 million views.
That's incredible, 10 million views.
Yeah, it's really incredible. And the majority of the comments were from people asking how they can get started themselves and what bow I recommend. The bow I was using went to a top seller on Amazon almost overnight.
That's when Kendall, who was working as an urban planner, started thinking like an entrepreneur.
Almost every website had primarily white men over dead animals as their advertisement for their bow company. So I didn't feel right recommending any of the leading American archery brands to my following, which were mostly a diverse queer audience. And there was no brand for people who were into cosplay, fantasy, who wanted to reenact the Katniss, like vibe and feel empowered and not go outside and hunt. So I saw an opportunity.
So the first thing to do was design a bow.
I wanted it to be perfect, and I was picky. It took me 6 months, trial and error. I tried about 60 different bows.
Yeah.
I wanted it to be like as little branding as possible on the front, all white so that it stands out in the woods. If you were outdoors, it doesn't blend in.
None of this is painted. This is actually the
This
color
is
of
black
the wood.
wood. The white is painted.
Right, but the black and this...
Yes.
That's really great. It is the centerpiece to the archery kit she sells for her company, Wild Captives.
It's not just a bow, it's a full kit that comes with everything you need to get started. So it comes with the arm guard, the quiver, arrows.
An early pop-up sale at this warehouse loft in Brooklyn was a big success. Orders were coming in fast. And were you able to keep up with demand?
I'm still figuring out production, and there's been a lot of things that come up that I didn't foresee, like people wanting it in more colors, and a lot of people, especially people who are more professional archers, want stronger bows.
What does it say about our society today that an openly gay woman, young, can start a business and it can be embraced by all sorts of people?
It's nice, actually. Some of the comments and messages I get like make me cry and like make it all worth it.
Oh! Soon she hopes to bring people into the space for lessons.
I think my favorite part about it is seeing people feel really great about themselves when they hit it. So like when they pop the balloon, seeing how happy they are and how self-assured they are in almost like an instant.
In an instant, a complete change. I get what she means. That was great.
Yes.
Right?
That's
Very
good.
good. Very good.
Listen, you guys should try it. You may not be an instant natural like I clearly was, but you should give it a try. So Kendall is selling these kits on her Wild Captives website for under $300. She's also going to be, if you live in the New York City area, going to be giving lessons soon. But yeah,
So
really
it's
fun.
going to catch
really
on.
fun.
Like people are looking for new things, adventurous things to try. Why not?
Yeah, you know, I think the pandemic triggered that in a lot of people. Like,
I think you're
be
right.
active, go do
Yes.
something fun, learn a new skill. Yeah,
great.
You think you'll do it again?
I don't know, maybe. Okay. I mean, it was
say
fun.
yes.
Yes.
Thank you,
The answer to
Steph.
that is yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Terrific. All right. Coming up next, don't worry, be happy. From cocktails to concerts to the stars over our head, we're going to show you some apps that are going to be your summer favorites. Then look who's here. We got Justina Machado live in studio. Hey, Justina. She's going to share her killer new show that's also funny. Third hour today. I'll be right back.
We're coordinating.
We are back with a look at some apps that are going to help us get even more out of our phones. We love it when we do these segments. Some of these, by the way, perfect for summertime. And here to show us how they work, host of USA Today's Problem Solved, Christopher Juniel. Christopher, thank you. Thanks for coming in.
Thanks for having me.
So this first one here, we've got Mr. Roker's favorite summertime drink, the
Aperol Spritz.
Yes.
Amazing. I love that cocktail.
So there's an app called Cocktail Flow.
Cocktail Flow. So this is for all the mixologists.
Okay.
If you want to get better at cocktails, it has all the classic cocktails in there, and then you can discover new cocktails. It gives the recipe and everything you need to know. And then what I love about this app is you put in the ingredients you have, in your bar, in your kitchen, and it tells you what you can make.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah,
Is it
so
cost?
it's fantastic, and it's free. There's a premium version you can pay for to get access to other cocktails.
Right.
But the free version has plenty of cocktails to get started.
What's it called? Cocktail Flow.
Okay, so you've got your cocktail. Now you want to go to a live music event. There's an app for that.
Bands in town. So I'm a big music fan. If you're a big music fan, finding live shows can be sometimes hard. You got to go to the ticket websites. You have to go to the individual artist page to know when they're touring. This takes all your favorite artists in one place, lets you know when they're touring and when shows are going to be in your town. The coolest feature is you can connect your Spotify, your Apple Music, your Amazon Music.
Got to be kidding.
It'll make recommendations and customize all your artists for you so you can never miss a show.
Christopher, this is a win already. All right, so this next one, this is nice. A recommendation if you're a stargazer.
Yeah. Take on a new hobby. Go outside, look at the night sky, and understand it. I know, we see the stars up, but there's tons of constellations. And I think what a lot of people get confused by is not everything is a star. There's satellites up there, planets. So this app will help you understand what's in the night sky. It's right in your pocket. And I've even tested it out. Yeah, point it in the sky, raise it up. It'll tell you where the stars are. You can look for your zodiac sign. That's what I was doing. I was like looking for Libra up there.
So
it's a lot of fun. It's a good way to get outside, get in the backyard, maybe drive a little bit out of town, get it out there. You and your family
Get away
can
from the
enjoy some
artificial lights of the
stargazing, try
city
something
and
new,
everything.
get into astronomy.
Speaking of getting outside, we have some plants here for our next app. Full disclosure, I use an app similar to this to identify plants and to tell me what my plants need more of and less of.
Really? That's a thing?
Oh, it's a thing. But this is a different app.
So Seek is great. This does plant and animals.
Oh.
All sorts of creatures. So we're here in studio. We're going to give this a shot. Let's see.
You just, okay.
And there it goes.
So
let's see. And then it identifies, tells you what the plant is. That's crazy. We couldn't have live critters in here, but it'll also do animals as well.
That's a black maidenhair fern. It's been added to your
This is really cool.
That was your high school
band about
name.
this app. You can actually create an account, log in, and contribute to scientific research,
to
identifying
add to the database.
Yes, add to the database.
That's
then
really
they know
cool.
where plants are,
These are great.
tagged with the location.
That's great.
So yeah.
While you're outside, you've got an app
outside.
for hikers.
Yes, have an app for all trails. I use all trails all the time.
I use all trails.
It's so
No, I've
great.
never heard of it.
But what I love, a feature that I don't think a lot of people know about with this app is it's all sorts of things. It's not just hiking trails. You can do biking.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I think there's snowshoeing
close
on
to
there,
where you are in the
paddleboarding.
moment, like you use
yes,
GPS?
you can do whatever location. And what I use it for a lot with hiking is it has elevations. So you know all the details of your hike, how high the elevation gets to, what the trail is like, so you never get lost. No worries.
And then also, it tells you how far you've gone.
How far you've gone, yeah, you can
And
track
it's free.
all your hikes.
Yeah, all trails is also
Yeah, the
free.
free app is incredible.
And
There's
how
a
to get
paid
back
version.
from where you
All right, last but not
version's
least,
great.
you have one for summer travel. What is
Summer
that?
travel. Pack Point is great because it makes customized packing lists for you based on your trip details. So you say where you're going to go, what you're going to do, and Pack Point will create a checklist. You can overpack. You can forget items. So having I always having a packing list so you know exactly what to bring on your trip. You don't bring too much, you bring exactly what you need, and this customizes it to your trip.
That's great.
Christopher, these have been really good.
Yeah.
Really. Even with kids.
A lot of fun ones.
And they're even better with alcohol.
Yeah, you can add your kids, you can add everything.
Fantastic.
Way to go.
Christopher,
Thanks,
thank you.
Christopher.
Come back.
That's right, especially if you bring booze. When we come back, Justina Machado's here live. We're going to hear all about her going dark in her new series that brings laughs and screams. Then later, corn on the cob. That's so last summer. We're going to show you how to make standout sides for your next backyard cookout.
Okay.
Third hour today. I'll be right back.
Well done.
Well, this morning we are catching up with an actor who has some serious range. Justina Machado starred as a strong and funny single mom in a Netflix remake of the TV classic One Day at a Time.
Before that, she was a member of the award-winning cast of HBO's 6 Feet Under, about a dysfunctional family running a funeral home.
So now Justina's taking on the title role in the horror of Dolores Roach. Dolores is a newly released prisoner who tries working as a masseuse, but ends up with blood on her hands.
I'm gonna take this too. And the balloons, all those balloons. It is? Yeah, all of them. Yeah, because it's like it's for my super. It's a present. It's all a present.
You paint?
I do what? What?
Paint your hands.
Oh. No, yeah, I do. I paint. I do paint. Yeah.
Yes, yes, I do. Yes, I do. Just
I always say yes, you do. Yes, you do.
Good to see you.
Thank you.
So this show, it was based on a play, a podcast. Had you seen either before you decided to take this on?
I had heard the podcast because Gloria Calderon-Kellett said, check out this podcast. It's incredible. Daphne Ruma-Vega is great in it, and I think that they're going to buy this. And so I checked out the podcast and fell in love with it and thought, wow, it would be so incredible if I got to play a role like that.
I mean, a masseuse turned. Well, let me not give it away. You tell us about Dolores Roach.
Well, Dolores Roach has been incarcerated for 16 years.
Okay.
And for selling marijuana.
Okay.
And so she comes out, she gets to Washington Heights, the only place that she thinks there might be a bed for her, that's an actual line, and it's all been gentrified. Mm-hmm. So she's like, what is happening here? It's so true to life. And basically there's one shop there that she recognizes, it's still there, and that's run by the very fabulous Alejandro Hernandez, an incredible actor, playing the part of Luis, and he gives her a place to stay, and then mayhem pursues.
So it says, okay, we don't want to give away too much, but we can say we can say what she is, right?
A massage therapist.
Oh, that's all we can say.
No, you can say what she does because the trailer kind of tells you what she is.
That she's a serial killer?
Yeah.
Okay,
there you go.
I didn't want to mess it up. I'm like, there are all these people over there, and I don't want to get in trouble.
She is.
So she's a serial killer. But here's the thing. You could end up a little sympathetic towards her, maybe.
I got to tell you, she's very relatable.
It's so.
I mean, and not so much that, not on the serial killing, not the serial killing issue, but she's incredibly relatable, and that was really important. It's really, we talk about, post-incarceration, we talk about gentrification, we talk about what happens in these neighborhoods. So she's relatable in surviving this world. It's how she goes about it.
Who would win between Dolores and Dexter?
Oh, I'm going to say Dolores. Dexter and I were on 6 Feet Under together.
I know.
So I'm going to say Dolores.
That's good.
Sorry, Michael.
I feel like perhaps we should be referring to you as Queen Justina.
Thank you. Oh, that's right.
Little birdie tells me that you were named Queen of the Puerto Rican Day Parade.
La Reina. That's me. That's
just
my little sister.
Just a couple days ago.
Yes, just a couple days ago. That is a huge deal, guys. Just so you know, when I was 17 years old, I ran for the Puerto Rican Queen in Chicago.
Well, guess what? We have a little picture.
There you are. I'm all hair. Look at me.
So did you get
and you got the wave.
No, I got the wave. I didn't win.
You didn't win?
No, actually, one of my best friends, who's still one of my best friends, Ileana Romero, won.
But you were first runner-up.
I was first runner-up, and alas, I am the queen, guys.
You're the queen.
I am the queen.
Good things come to those who wait.
That's right.
I love that. I love that. So we should mention you also hosted this roundtable of notable women. It was called The Culture is Latina on our sister station, MSNBC. Talk to me about doing that. I mean, it made a lot of buzz. Like, people really enjoyed the conversation around a table.
Yeah. Well, look at the women that were there. I mean, we have these incredible activists, these incredible stars, and I also had a great one-on-one with Rosie Perez. That was great. It's just a conversation that's just. It's like we were sitting down talking to each other. So nothing was off limits. Nothing was off the table. And they have a series of this. They have the culture is indigenous, the culture is Asian, the culture is black. And Cesar Conde is a friend of mine, and he called me up and they were like, how would you like to host something like this? I said, all right, I'll do anything once.
We should probably mention that Caesar's also our boss.
Yes. That's right, Cesar Conde. I always say Cesar Conde.
Yes.
Cesar is the boss,
I love that. You've had a great season. This has been a great ride. You've got so many projects.
It's been great. It's funny because your career goes like this, right? I've been around for a long time. We all know this. And it's this is a nice time right now. It's a happy time.
Can you take it in and enjoy?
I am, because I'm at the age that I can. When I was a lot younger, no, it was like, what's next? What's next? That's not enough. Now it's like, thank you, God. I'm grateful.
Justina Machado, it's always
we so
great
enjoyed
having
this.
you.
Queen Justina.
Thank you.
When you come back, we'll dress alike again.
Okay, yes, please.
All right. And The Horror of Dolores Roach premieres July 7th on Prime Video.
Thank you, Queen.
Thank you. Oh, my God. Thank you, Reina.
Up next in Today Food, 2 incredible summer side dishes, including a creamy, cheesy tomato salad. Ooh, want to make extra on this one. We'll show you how when we come right back. You want to make another sound effect there?
Ooh. Ooh.
Give us 5 minutes on the clock. Here we go.
We are back with Today Food, and we are getting you ready for that summer cookout with easy sides that use fresh seasonal ingredients. It's actually beautiful here on this table. Here to show us 2 restaurant quality side dishes is chef and TV host Jordan Andino. Jordan's newest restaurant, it's called Carriage House.
Beautiful.
Beautiful.
Yes,
It just
thank you.
opened in the West Village in New York City. Good morning to you.
Good morning, guys. Thanks
So
for
you just said, I
Congratulations,
love
by
it.
the way.
First of all,
Yes.
congratulations.
Thank
the
you.
table looks beautiful. He said 2 things for your summer dishes. They
Okay.
should be colorful
Yep.
and delicious.
And deliciousness.
That's good.
Delicious. I love it. All right, so what are we making?
Okay, so what we're gonna make first is a corn ceviche. All right, so this right here is simple, it's quick, and it's a play on a regular ceviche, except you know it's vegetable forward in this case, but still with that acid kick. So first thing you're gonna do is you can cook your corn. You can either do it in the husk. A lot of people don't know that.
Yep.
Or you
I
can
didn't
just
know
or
that.
you
What
can
do you
cook
mean
it out of
cook it
it
in the husk? What do you mean?
like this.
Just drop it in there?
Drop it in.
Oh, I didn't know you can cook it.
Ready
What
to rock.
does that do? Does it steam
That's
it
it.
any
Yeah,
more?
it just kind of steams it and encases it a little bit more. Really, once it gets nice and tender, you're gonna dehusk it. And it looks like this.
Right.
So you boil and then you grill it.
Yeah, you got to do both because this is going to tenderize it a little bit more. It'll make it better to eat when eventually you take it off the husk.
Okay.
So now what we're going to do is you're just going to give it a quick little drizzle right here of some olive oil and salt. I like to layer, season in layers, right? So we're going to season this salad many times, but not a lot any time, just a little bit. Okay. So you're going to sear this, and you want to get those char marks, which is really important. Because when you get the char marks, it gives nice bitter notes, but also it like helps elevate the sweetness of the corn too.
Okay.
All right, so you're gonna season that.
Okay.
And then sear it all 4 sides, make sure it's charred.
Done.
Okay. Now, a lot of people, when they do like an elote salad or something similar from like Hispanic origin, they typically use, queso fresco or something like that. I like to use ricotta salata.
Ooh.
Now, Italian cooking is something that's very near and dear to me. This is a mild cheese, but it really has great texture, and it doesn't tend to run and make things too creamy when you mix it. So that's a big deal. So, and it also crumbles. Look. Super easily.
So is that all
Kinda
you
like
do?
a
You just
feta.
crumble it up?
Yeah. So it's like almost like an Italian feta, but I wouldn't say as intense in flavor.
Okay.
Okay. So
try it
please
right
guys
now.
try it here. Try it. Super
it's
easy.
good.
Yeah, it's nice. It's
All right,
nice.
that works. I like it. I say yes.
So these 2 are the keys to this entire salad, right?
Okay.
So now what we're gonna do is we're just gonna take your charred corn. You're gonna cut it off like you do into a bowl, and then yield the kernels there. Yeah. Al, would you mind? Put it. Yeah. Please, ready here.
Okay.
What do we have there, chef?
Mix that all together.
Some cilantro?
Yeah, so that you got cilantro, perfectly cut avocados, may I add, and then some cherry tomatoes.
Okay.
Now we're gonna season it. Salt, pepper, a little bit of sugar to help accent that balance.
Okay.
And then now with the ceviche part, you want lemon and lime juice.
Okay. And lime
So that's going to cook it a little?
Yeah, this is gonna kind of cook it a little bit, but it's gonna be reminiscent of that sweetness that you really want from it.
Okay.
Of course, don't forget to season with some salt. And then we have a little bit of Aleppo pepper right there.
What kind of pepper was that?
Aleppo pepper.
Aleppo pepper.
Yeah.
Aleppo.
And
If
then
you don't have Aleppo, what's the sub there?
if you don't hear, like paprika would work really well. Even some chili powder.
Oh,
to
that's
bust it up.
good.
Oh, you guys are already eating it there. Okay.
Yeah.
Al,
She
we're
knows.
getting
We only
ahead
have
of
a
us.
minute
That's
left.
right.
So you mix it up, and then at the very end, you want to just add in your
Cheese.
cheese, just like this. And look how beautiful that looks.
Gorgeous. And these
all those
sweet
colors.
This is
potato
going to
chips
be my
that you
salad of
Yeah.
the summer. This is
Yeah.
yummy.
It's good, right? And the beauty about this is with Father's Day right around the corner, you can make this on like Thursday, Friday, or Saturday, and then you're good for Sunday.
What's our
fantastic.
next dish?
All right, so our next dish over here, this is the kind of whipped yogurt that we're making for this tomato salad. Listen, tomatoes, especially in the summer, are in season. My restaurant, Carriage House, we really focus on seasonality.
Okay.
In fact, I would say 40 to 60% of the vegetables are picked up at Union Square Market
Right down,
and trucked
not too
over.
far down.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the first element is this right here. This is going to be our whipped yogurt,
Try it.
sun-dried tomato, and feta. We said feta earlier. Yeah, throw some champagne vinegar in there, some
That's
cream to
good.
loosen it up. And then what I really love is adding a fat component to vegetables.
Okay.
Because sometimes fat really it's what drives and binds everything together.
Okay.
Press that on, pulse it up, and you're gonna get a nice little. You're gonna blend that up.
Play like it. We'll play like it works.
We'll play it like it works. There you go, Al. There you go.
There you go.
So that'll be a nice accent. It's gonna end up looking a little like this.
I would put that on like so many other things too. It's
Yeah.
so good.
No, you can put it on a spread, on a
Yes,
sandwich, on a
try this
ciabatta, and then you want something like a perfect salsa verde. So what you're gonna do here is you're gonna just as quickly as you can, chop it up. You want to be
And what are
very.
you using?
So you have parsley, cilantro, and then a little bit of
What is this
chives
sauce
as well.
called again? You should bottle that.
It's good, right?
It's delightful.
It's delightful. I don't even know. It's like a feta.
delightful.
It's like I call it feta clouds.
Damn.
Feta sun-dried tomato
What'd you put in
clouds.
there? What was that?
So this right here is some shallots, some greens, and this is your salsa verde. So this is another accent. We're just layering vegetables on top of vegetables here.
gosh.
Great
Vegetables on
vegetarian
pizza.
dish. Jordan, thank you so
Well
much.
done,
And then
chef.
you gotta have it up, and then it ends up looking like this.
Boom.
Well
The
done.
final product looks like that right there.
For these
is
recipes, head to
amazing.
today.com/food. Third hour today. I'll be right back.
This is phenomenal.
Thanks for having me, guys.
tomorrow in the third hour today, actor Jason Schwartzman going to be live here in studio.
And coming up on Hoda and Jenna, Golden Globe winning actress Michelle Pfeiffer.
We will see you back here tomorrow for the third hour of today.
Have a good day, everybody.
Today, Golden Globe winning actress Michelle Pfeiffer is here. Plus, the Emmy-winning star of the new series I'm a Virgo, Jerrell Jerome. And get your hands on some of the top beauty brands with Bobby's Bests for Less.
It's Today with Hoda
and Jenna. It all starts right now. Hey. Good to see you. It is Tuesday. It is June the 13th.
Oh, I love how you just said good to see you.
Good to see you. We're happy to see you. We are happy to see you.
Do you know one of Henry's favorite phrases now?
I know. I'm going to guess. I don't even know, and I'm going to say it. I appreciate you.
I did tell you.
No, you did not.
What?
You did not tell me.
Wait, are you kidding?
You did not tell me that.
Did.
No,
but he doesn't say it in a full sentence. He says, appreciate you.
No, you never told me that. But I'll tell you why I know that. You know why I psychic that? First of all, Henry is that type.
Yeah.
Secondly, I was thinking because I was watching Ted Lasso last night, which
so
is did you watch the last episode yet?
No, you saw the last one last night? I heard it's good. Did you cry?
I was sobbing.
Oh no. But you needed it.
It was so good. It was so good. It's about everything.
Yeah.
It's about love and loss and saying goodbye and maybe
choices.
not and choices. It's brilliant. But one of the things he said was, appreciate you. And I just remember, I feel like that's such a nice thing to say. Instead of I appreciate it, meant I appreciated the action.
You.
It's like,
it's so funny because it's like this type of thing. I'm taking the kids to see a movie. He's on the telephone. He goes, appreciate you. Appreciate you. And he says it to strangers too.
Yeah, that's what.
He'll fill up the gas. He'll go appreciate you, and then go on, and it is hilarious.
Do you know the people who say love you to everybody?
Is that me?
No, I think we both do it, but I wonder about that sometimes.
I know.
Love you.
But
love
you know what's so weird is that when we grew up, we always said we would say our prayers or whatever, but we'd also say, I love you, see you in the morning. For some reason, that was just our even if we were grumpy and mad, we'd say, I love you, see you in the morning. So now, if I'm going to bed, to anybody that happens to be in my vicinity,
love you.
Leaving the thing, love you. I say it in nighttime. I say I love you to everyone.
Everybody, because by the way, it's a nice thing to say at the end. I was looking on.
Well,
I can't remember.
It's not the end.
I know, but you never know. But
Ted Lasso has really gotten to you.
But I was looking on TikTok, and they did say somebody who I thought was cool, and now I can't remember who he is.
You are really gotten into the talk.
I'm into it. So he said, before you say goodnight to your child, say 4 things.
Okay.
And these are the 4 things he says you should say each night. I love you. I'm proud of you. I think you're terrific. And I'm glad you're mine.
Oh my gosh.
4 things. So last night I was like, okay, kids, good night. Haley goes, the 4 things. And then I go, oh yeah, I love you. I'm proud of you. I think you're terrific, and I'm glad you're mine. Just and say it again because you forgot yesterday. I was like, I love you. I had to say it 3 times. But I do like the idea of having, because imagine if before you closed your eyes at night, that's like the last thing you heard.
Yeah. No matter what.
No matter what.
What's so funny? It was such a weird thing that I did is I created little mantras for each of my children.
Different ones.
I figured out where puppies came from because I read it in a book. And I was like, oh yeah, that's where I found that. Yeah. But I say to Puppy, you are loved, you are loved, you are loved, they all say. Nobody besides her and now all of you know her mantra, but Mila doesn't know it.
And what's
I say to
Mila's?
Mila, you are loved, you are loving, you are lovable. So I don't know why, and I don't have one for hell yet.
You'll get to it.
I'm going to.
I like Mila's.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
Okay.
Here we go. So there's a recent article at The Guardian.
By the way,
and it caught our attention.
Sorry to interrupt you, but I just looked up, and Talia is standing up like a stage mom going like this.
Oh, you had something on your I couldn't even tell. And usually I see.
The fact that she was standing up, like trying to get my attention, like the dance mom you were this weekend, going,
get it off, get it off.
I couldn't ignore it.
I didn't even see it.
I couldn't ignore it. It's okay.
Sorry,
Go ahead.
usually I notice. Okay, so there's an article in The Guardian, and it caught our attention. The relationship therapists are debunking some of those really common relationship rules, that everybody says.
Yeah, the ones that are so common that they almost seem cliche.
So here's one that everybody says, including those very near and dear to you.
Yeah, my grandparents always said this.
Never go to bed angry.
So I always kind of felt bad because you can't really control when emotions expire. And a lot of times at night when you're tired, you
might say, okay, I forgive you, but inside you're stewing.
And there's nothing you can do to get it out minus any other things.
Okay.
Anyway, so they said, according to the experts, if you're not going to resolve anything that night, you're tired. You might have had a drink. They say go to bed and the next morning have a cup of coffee and talk through it.
As long as the other person is willing to talk through it. Because sometimes they're like, that's the past, honey.
Yeah.
It's over. I'm over it.
Yeah.
But if you're not over it, then I think it's still okay. And sometimes I think men see it as like, you're beating a dead horse. We already discussed it. You're like,
yeah,
no,
but
no.
I think what's best to do is say, I'm really tired.
I'm really tired.
You're really tired. Can we just take a beat, go to sleep, and we'll talk about it with clear heads?
That's good if it works.
I know.
Because when you're mad, it's hard, especially when, picture Henry, you're tired and I'm tired. Now, why don't we go to bed and we'll talk about it
that's
tomorrow?
true.
You might be kind of more mad.
Okay. The next one is...
The one is out there somewhere.
Oh, you always think that your soulmate is just
one.
around the corner waiting. They say that we fall in love with what completes us.
Yeah.
But that person is not fully formed out there. You grow together.
Yeah.
I actually think you complete me is one of the cliches because I think actually you complete yourself. Do you know what I mean? You don't need a man. You're not sitting around waiting for a man to come complete your life. You already got your life. If you have a man that complements your life.
But I love that movie. Did you? Did you? You cried.
I love
cried
Jerry
during.
Maguire.
That was the best moment, wasn't it?
You complete me. But the thing is,
I know. You complete yourself.
Yeah, I mean,
but anyway,
is it okay? Fine.
The next
one.
I love that movie.
Oh, here's one that I'm surprised about.
All right. You need regular date nights. Everyone says you have to, keep the intimacy by having a special date night with your spouse.
Yeah, well, they say it's not the date nights, it's time together.
No, it's the date night. You know why?
Totally.
You know why? Because if you don't have a date night, you're in the house.
Yeah, definitely.
You need to go out.
The one thing we do, because we don't have that many date nights, although we're going to try to work on it, is sometimes go for walks.
That's good.
Go for
as long
walks.
as you're outside of your,
When you're in your home, there's children there, and they don't let you have romantic time.
No. I also think it's good to and I've been trying to do this too, have a date night with your date day with your kid once a month.
You do that so well.
Once a month I do, each one of them separate.
How do you do that?
You just pick the day. I put a magnet on the calendar. They know it's their day. They know it's coming. After I get off work, I pick them up and they get to pick the day. They get to pick. So usually it's from like
right after school.
2 or 3 through dinner, through 6.
Yeah.
So it's literally 3 hours, but they get to decide. They can go here, they can go to the park, they can go to Barnes & Noble.
You're so good about that. And I do think one-on-one time is great.
Yeah.
Okay, you guys, there's big news today.
Big news?
You're not going to believe it.
What?
Well, you may believe it. There is a new episode of Hoda's Hit Podcast out.
Yeah. So I got a nice sit down with Eva Longoria, who is really awesome. She was part of our series, our Inspiring America series. She's one of these people you think you know her from Desperate Housewives and the rest, but she is so multifaceted. She got her master's degree at the peak of her acting career. She learned Spanish, even though that is her heritage.
Yeah,
she
don't
never
you love
knew
that?
I think in her 40s, she was like, I think I can do that. And she really is one of those people who walks the walk. Like, she's a helper, and she really does help people. She's not like, look at me.
Does it for the attention.
Yeah. Anyway, so she did talk about, by the way, her big break at Desperate Housewives and how other people, not her, but other people thought she was an overnight success. Take a look.
By the time I got Desperate Housewives, it wasn't a surprise to me. I think it was a surprise to the world because nobody had heard my name, but I had been working towards this moment.
Yeah.
And I was like, I deserve this moment. I worked very hard for this moment.
That's big, I think.
Yeah.
I think not having any imposter syndrome, not having, I didn't go to acting school, not having any of that.
No.
No.
No. I was like, I prepared for this opportunity. Of course I should get it.
It's so
We were just
interesting.
discussing imposter syndrome and how shocking it is to see somebody who really
can own their power.
Own it.
But why she owns it is because she, not just because she deserved it, it's because she worked really hard for it.
Yes.
So therefore she did deserve it.
She did deserve it. I think a lot of us work hard for something and still don't feel that.
Totally.
But anyway, she's.
But isn't that the goal, to teach our
Yes.
girls to be strong?
Yes.
Like, what would Eva Longoria
Yes.
do?
You complete me, Jenna.
No, you can. No, really, you complete
All right,
me.
scan the QR code on our screen. Find out where it is streaming. All right.
All right, coming up next, do Hoda and I know what's hot and what's not?
Okay, so we've got some interns, our Today Show interns. They're going to put us to the test. We're going to play Trend or Pretend after this.
Okay, there are always so many new trends in fashion, wellness, food. It's kind of hard to keep up with everything.
But you know who can keep up with
Tell
all
us.
those trends? Our cool young interns. So they're going to put our knowledge to the test in a round of Trend or Pretend.
Okay, one at a time, each of our interns will come out. They'll describe a pop culture trend, and we have to guess if it's real or if it's completely made
All
up.
right, first up, we got Chesney. She's a student from Syracuse University. Chesney! All right, Chesney, what do you got for us?
Okay, so I have a gingerbread house core. This new trend in home decor has designers taking inspiration from candy. From the bright colors to the whimsical shapes, you can't help but feel like you're inside a fully decorated gingerbread house. Is it a trend or pretend?
I think it is pretend.
It is, in fact, pretend.
Oh, yes!
But
All
by
right,
the way,
Chesney.
I think we should create that trend.
That, by the way, it is cool. Thank you, Chesney.
Chesney.
All right.
Okay, Zoe, please come out. You go to Howard
Come on, Zoe.
University
What you got?
in D.C. Tell us about this trend.
Okay, fake tan lines. To
Oh.
recreate that fresh off a beach vacation look in a healthy way, people are applying tape to their skin in the shape of bikini straps and then adding bronzer to the surrounding area. When the tape is removed, the clean lines look like you just got a new tan. The trend is apparently big in Brazil, and one TikToker's demo alone got over 6 million
Girl,
views.
that
Too
is a
specific.
trend.
Too specific.
That's a trend.
The answer is a trend.
Yes! Okay, let's see it. Here it is.
A little bit of bronzer, a little bit of blush, I'm thinking. Okay, we'll blend a little bit, and here we go. Fake tan lines. There you have it. Is this giving bathing suit?
Okay, all right.
Can I just say, I kind of think that's why people wear the
Bando.
tubes. Do you like it? You like a tan line?
I don't mind a tan line. All right, let's bring up James. He's from Columbia University. Hi, James. Take it away.
Hello. We have Thousand Island dressing.
Yes.
So we've seen hot sauce and ranch have their moments as the trendy condiments people have put on everything. Now BuzzFeed and food influencers are saying the Thousand Island dressing is about to be everywhere, from on French fries to pizza to fruit.
Trend, baby!
Trend. We're on the same wavelength today. No?
It's pretend.
What is going to be the hot new condiment of the
I don't know,
summer?
we're sticking with the same stuff.
Okay.
Oh, we like just the ketchup?
Sorry, James.
Ranch?
Okay,
Thank
bye.
you, James. Okay, next up, y'all, we have Julia, who goes to Northwestern University.
Hi, Julia.
Hi, Julia.
All right, y'all. So this is called 6'6" Summer. Now, this TikTok hashtag 6'6" has over 200 million views and shows people putting together outfits that make them look at least 6.5 feet tall, and ending with a measuring tape moment of truth. All right. So whether that's with crazy tall platform boots, towering hats, or gravity-defying hairdos, this summer is all about height.
Okay, that is the weirdest thing I've ever heard.
It's so weird. It's so weird.
No, I'm going
I
pretend.
think it's true.
Pretend.
It is pretend.
Yes! Very weird. Good one.
So weird that I thought there had to be truth to it.
All right. Finally, we've got Itza. She attends the University of Texas at Austin. All right.
All right, so the next trend I have for you guys is pickle facials.
Pickle
facials.
We've heard of putting slices of cucumbers on your eyes, but before, people on TikTok swear by applying pickles all over their face and even making pickle juice masks to get a glow. According to a Yale dermatologist, in the right amounts, the acid in pickles can work as a good makeup remover and exfoliator.
Trend.
I'm gonna go pretend.
Trend.
It's a trend.
Oh, yes, girl! Go to the videotape. People, everyone's crazy. No.
That has to be a joke.
No, that's got some other people.
We're disturbed and embarrassed.
All right, we want to say thank you to all of our
Thank you
interns.
Guys. Thanks for playing with us.
Thank you for playing. Awesome job.
Okay, coming up next, we catch up with Michelle Pfeiffer. She's turning, it's a big year for the actress, and we're going to hear all about it right after this.
Michelle Pfeiffer is one of Hollywood's biggest stars, from her roles in Scarface to Batman Returns to Dangerous Liaisons and Hairspray.
She's also a busy mom and an entrepreneur who has a lot to celebrate this year. Hi, Michelle. We're so happy that you're here.
Thank you for having me.
Do you smell us?
I smelled you, and
we're wearing your perfume.
I know you are.
Has anybody ever asked that question? Do you smell us?
Actually, sometimes I make people smell me, and in a public place, and my husband gets really uncomfortable. He's like, "Honey, it's looking really weird."
That's not.
But I mean, it's so interesting, and you know that 4 years ago, I was interviewed with you. You and I sat down and talked, and that was the day we launched.
You launched your beautiful perfume line.
Yeah,
amazing.
We launched with 5.
Yeah.
And now, just a little over 4 years later, we have a line of 11.
11.
And in Sephora.
Both of you are wearing 2 of the newest ones, Flora Carnivora and Sheep's Clothing. And yeah, and we're in Nordstrom and Credo and Bergdorf Goodman and Neiman Marcus. And this week, launched in Sephora.
That's amazing.
So it's a big week for us.
It took you a long time. I mean, you sat and talked with Hoda a couple years ago, but it was a labor of love.
Yeah.
This brand. What kept you after it, going after what you want?
It's a good question, because it was really hard. You know, I just think that at a certain point I had invested so much, because it was, I mean, literally the idea sort of, it started to germinate about even 20 years ago. It was with my kids. And I just started reading ingredients and paying closer attention. That led me to the Environmental Working Group Skin Deep database. I discovered, wow, fragrance is really pinging high here on the toxicity scale. And I learned that that word fragrance with the parentheses on a box is really a catch-all for comprised of anywhere over 3,000 ingredients, under-regulated. And so anyway, I stopped wearing it. I tried everything. And I was really like a lot of moms. You know, I had just enough information to get super paranoid, but not enough to really do anything about it.
Yeah.
And one day I was just so frustrated, I thought, because a person shouldn't have to, on a daily basis, be reading ingredients and looking this up and having to choose between performance and safety. And I just thought, well, I'm going to see if I can do this.
How cool.
And you named a couple of the fragrances after your kids. I think the whole
Yeah, the brand.
The brand.
The brand.
Full circle.
The name.
Yeah.
The brand is
Full
after my
circle.
kids. Their middle names. I was looking for something that felt genderless and something that was authentic to the brand. It's really, I think it's the hardest thing. It was the last thing that we did. And anyway, they agreed to let me use their middle names. Henry Rose.
It's so beautiful.
You know, when I look at you, I'm just thinking about your career, and I was just reading back, and I thought, you're somebody who, when you arrived on the scene, you have what a lot of actors and actresses talk about on this couch. They talk about imposter syndrome. Like, one day maybe they'll discover, I didn't go to Juilliard, I'm not as good as her. And Jen and I have talked about this too, ourselves sitting here. We felt that, I felt that for almost all of my career until of late, really, which sounds interesting. But when did you finally get over that hump to say, actually, I do deserve this? This is something I worked for.
I don't know that I've got there yet. In fact, you know, every day is like my head exploding because I'm not a chemist, I'm not a perfumer. I haven't, you know, and I've had to learn. I'm not a business person. I have had to learn all of those things. And people say that to me all the time about Henry Rose. They always say, "My God, look what you've accomplished. You should feel so good about it." Because they were with me 10, 15 years ago when all I was hearing was no, and all I was hearing was, "Are you nuts?" All I was hearing was, "You will never, ever get the fragrance industry to be 100% transparent with those ingredients. Why aren't you doing anything but that?" But I haven't come up for air yet to really relish in that sort of achievement, I guess, if you will.
Yeah, well, you should. The other achievement, which is remarkable, is that you and your husband, David E. Kelly, who we all know from all the shows we love, just celebrated your 30th anniversary.
This year.
What does it take? 3 decades. That's remarkable.
He smells good.
Does he wear one of the fragrances?
Actually, he's one of my guinea pigs. I have a lot of guinea pigs, and he actually doesn't wear fragrance. He's kind of a
manly.
He's fisherman. So we always tease, like, we have the stink, he has the fish. I have so what does it take? I think first of all, I was in my 30s. I had made a lot of mistakes. I knew what I wanted. And I think there's definitely something to be said for that. And I was now finally evolved enough as a human being to choose really well and recognize what a catch he was.
Yeah. I think what's cool about him is you were going through the adoption process and then you met him. So when you meet a man who steps into your life at that moment and says, "Yes, I'm into all of this," that tells you, or told me at least reading it, everything about what kind of a guy he is.
Yeah, I thought, well, this will really celebrate the boys, or separate the boys from the men, won't it?
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so awesome.
Well,
okay, Michelle isn't going anywhere.
No, we can't, because we have to play a game.
In
We love a game.
honor of your beautiful fragrances, we're going to put our noses to the test in a game of Smell Yeah, right after this.
All right, we are back with the one, the only Michelle Pfeiffer, and in honor of her new fragrance line, Henry Rose. We are going to play a game together with her. It's called Smell Yeah.
Wow, that's a crazy graphic. Okay, and Donna is here to explain.
Yes. Hi, Michelle. Hi, ladies. Okay, so welcome to our fun and games. Here's how it's going to work. We will have 4 rounds of things to smell. So once it's go time, you'll put on your blindfolds. I'll bring out the item. I'll bring it to each of your noses for you to smell, and then you'll guess once you've all smelled it.
So we have to wait till it gets to the end to say what it is.
And you can't touch. So it's just using
smell
And you promise it's going to be delicious.
I promise everything will go as smoothly as it
Hollywood icon.
I know. I already told her I'm in love with her because she's beautiful. All right, so put your blindfolds on, please.
Oh, jeez. All right, here we go.
Terrible. Okay, here we go. Okay. Blindfolds on. Okay, Hoda, you'll smell first.
Okay.
Don't guess.
Wait. Oh, I know what it is.
Okay, Michelle. It's right in front of you.
Oh.
And Jenna.
Hold on. Oh, I think I
Okay,
know.
ready? three. One, two, three.
Play-Doh! Yes! You knew it!
We knew it. Are you guys still have
You have a lot of Play-Doh in the house, right? Okay, keep them on. Here's the next one.
To eat
Yes.
Yes.
And you're not supposed
so
to.
weird.
Delicious.
It's so
okay.
salty.
This one's tough. Let me know if you need a clue. Hoda, you're first.
I still love
It's right in front of you.
Me too. Nasty.
Okay, Michelle,
What
it's
is
right
it?
in front of you.
Oh,
Love
I
your
don't know what
manicure,
it is.
Michelle.
Do you know what it is, Michelle?
And Jenna,
yuck.
I'll give you.
Oh, I know.
Wait, you know it?
You'll know. Oh, yeah, I know.
What is
Bring
it?
it back over here.
No, don't try to.
I don't know what that is.
Wait, where is it?
Can I smell it again?
Yep, it's in front of you.
Michelle
in front of
can.
me?
It's in front of both of you, yeah.
Is it that big? Somebody's shoe?
It's big.
Okay.
Jenna, do you know?
Yeah, I do.
What is it?
Do you want to say it?
It is a tire.
No. Think of. Here's a clue.
Rubber cement.
Is it a shoe?
Here's a clue. There was a tournament this weekend.
Tennis. It's a tennis ball.
That's a tennis ball?
It's a tennis ball. You can take a look if you want.
No, it's a.
Is that like an old?
Oh, the new ones when you crack open the top.
I actually kind of.
Oh,
Yeah,
see,
okay.
I wouldn't
It does
know.
smell like a tire. Okay, blindfold
Okay.
on, please.
Okay.
Here's the next
Where are
one.
you walking off
You,
to?
Mike.
She's going to get.
Okay.
But we can't
Oh wait,
see
Michelle,
anything.
don't look. Michelle.
I didn't hear you. Oh,
Blindfold Michelle. Sorry that you're being scolded on
Ooh,
this
she's
phone.
acting naughty. Okay, here we go.
My
Speaking
eye
of naughty, this next thing is a little bit naughty. Take a smell, Hoda. It's in front of you.
I don't smell anything.
Michelle, it's in front of you. You smell?
Okay.
Okay, now Jenna, it's in front of you.
Ew, hard-boiled egg.
Yeah, but it's a naughty one, so what does that mean?
Rotten hard-boiled egg?
No.
A fart
naughty?
machine?
Yeah, like angel or...
Deviled egg.
Yeah.
Deviled egg.
You can take a look if you want.
I need to take my thing.
Anyone want one?
No, thanks.
That's
Okay, here's final round. Michelle, are we having fun?
She's never coming back.
Ever. This is her last visit.
Okay, here's the last one.
She's like,
Ready?
She's like, this is the.
cancel them.
Hold on.
Been canceled.
Okay. Here we go.
Okay.
Hoda, it's in front of you. Michelle, it's in front of you.
Hoda actually lost her smell.
I did from
Jenna, it's in
COVID.
front of you.
But I can smell something.
Oh, I know what it is.
What is it?
It's one of Michelle's
Magic markers.
perfumes.
Yes!
Windows down.
Can I see
Can I
it?
smell
No,
it?
don't steal the perfume
No,
from me
I want
again.
that
She
one.
keeps stealing it.
No, I want that one.
No, that is
I'm
so
older
rude.
and
She
more
You guys
already
can
mature.
did
share.
that.
You guys can share.
We have more in the back.
She
We can all
already
spread it
stole the
around.
I love windows down. I love windows down.
Why do you keep
Windows down,
stealing?
volume up.
Yeah, smell how good that's.
It smells so fresh.
Oh, I love it.
It's good on you.
It's good,
like
right?
But is it
It's
good on
good.
me?
Wait, it's good mixed with whatever you have.
Is it good on me?
She's mixed it with
Excuse
sheets.
me.
Oh, sorry.
Validation. Honestly, I need it too. Do you like it?
You don't like it on me?
No, she likes something better on you.
Yes. Ooh, it's good. And you have Flora Carnivora
I need the
on.
validation also.
Oh, okay.
We just want Michelle Pfeiffer to smell us.
Smell us.
All right, coming
so
up
good.
next, we
So
got Bobby
good.
Thomas here.
So
Bobby
good.
would love to be in on this, and she has just what you need.
Joan,
Her style review, best for less after this.
I hate it.
It's that time when today's style expert Bobby Thomas brings us exclusive discounts on some of her favorite brands.
Yeah, Bobby's best for
Yes, Bobby.
Okay, and you guys shop along. She's got some great products for us today, so just scan that QR code.
What you got for us,
I
Bobby?
am excited every time I tossed out some of my go-tos, and brands have stepped up. So you may not even want to watch the segment, but European Wax Center, this is their #1 selling ingrown hair serum. They are offering 40% off, and this is my go-to in between waxing or shaving, or it can be under your armpits, anything. This will prevent the ingrown hairs and bumps.
So you put it on after you shave or get
After
waxed?
you shave and in between, and it gently exfoliates, but it has like lavender and chamomile to also hydrate.
nice.
Okay.
Honestly, game changer. I
Okay,
can't
so what
live
are we getting?
without
What's
it.
the code here? Are
It's today, just code today.
And how
I
much do
believe.
we get off?
40%.
That's really
and
good.
it's their #1 selling product, so it's not like they need
okay,
to sell
wait
this.
a minute.
Okay.
Cool bundle.
I am very excited for Hoda.
Frizzies? I've always loved frizzies.
And go blonder? I've always loved to go blonder.
So John Frieda Hair Care, as you know, it's trusted. They only make stuff that works.
Yeah.
These are 2 bundles, and Hoda, each bundle comes with the shampoo, conditioner, and a treatment.
Wow.
50% off. The frizzies, I can't, as Hoda's expression, it's iconic.
You
it's
love
the
it.
frizz
Good.
tamer for summer. 50% off. You need to get a
And
few.
anybody can use frizzies, right?
Yes,
If you have any,
anybody.
you'll have
Any
them in the
frizz at all,
summer.
which everybody.
blonder, this can actually help lighten the blonde in a really great way without going brassy. I think this is also
Do you
a
use this
go-to.
every day or once a week?
Well, shampoo and conditioner whenever you shampoo
Light-
your hair.
and this
and
light,
use this.
the spray lightens it.
It's a lightening spray to keep it so
Lemon
your blonde
juice,
popping.
pepper.
I love John Frieda.
Is this like a
50%.
sun-in?
Yes.
Nah, not as bad. I don't know. I'm like,
Look at these adorable
okay.
shoes.
I have to give a shout out to my dear friend Marsha Kilgore. She is the brains behind Bliss Spa and Soap and Glory. She's amazing. In 2007, she said, shoes can be cute and comfy. She has these biomechanically engineered fit flop.
What?
Look at these, feel them. They are going to distribute the weight.
Oh my gosh.
They have like a technology that gives you like a rebound. But if you look down in front, the cute styles are kind of hidden here. Look, feel these sandals that you can slip on every day. I live in the rally sneaker. I am telling you, feel this sneaker. It's like walking on a cushion, Hoda.
Can I see?
They feel like you're walking on cushions, but they look
flops.
so chic.
And
Very
they're light as a feather.
Light as a feather. The
Feel how
kids
light
will
that is.
love them. This is their eye cushion technology. 40% off a bunch of styles they let me pick. I can't believe it.
What?
So they let me go through and pick some of my favorite styles.
These, look how adorable these flip-flops are.
Oh, I
so
love
cute.
those.
So
Super cute.
40% off with
Flip-flops.
code today. And if you're in New York City, I think they're even extending it to the store here.
Oh, great. Okay, tell us about this really, this sunscreen makeup.
First of all, the name makes me smile. Naked Sundays,
Love
okay?
it.
Who
Love
doesn't love that? This is first of its kind. It's called a top-up. It's an SPF 50 top-up. So after you apply your sun protection,
Yeah.
you go
like
for
this.
it.
Spray it on your face?
You spray it on your face to top up, and it's got moisturizing and healthy benefits.
Yeah.
But Hoda, I know you never like talking to me when I try to cover
No,
you
I
from
do.
the sun.
I'm listening. I'm listening. What is
So
this?
this is just sunscreen?
It's sunscreen you can reapply through the day, but it dries clear. It doesn't leave a mess.
Oh, it looks good. It
Their
looks
lip
dewy. It
oils,
does?
their lip oil and these new glow sticks, SPF 50.
What?
Hoda, SPF 50, please.
I love how you're
take
trying to sell this to
home.
Hoda.
I'm
Okay.
selling it to the
I am
wrong girl.
with you.
Because she's my sun worshiper.
I am
But
with you.
I love that they have color,
Love.
these color
Pretty.
glow sticks
Love.
that also have the SPF.
And
so-
what's the deal on this one?
Okay.
30% off.
30% off site-wide, and they have, there's Kelsey, our producer.
Love her.
Beauty.
Looks so
Thank
good.
you, thank
By the
you,
way,
Bobby.
your shimmery hair is very
I
cute.
know. I think we may have to do a Bobby tries it. This is this hair.
It's
This
very
is fairy
cool.
hair. Can you believe it?
Yeah, I
hung
can't
out
believe
with-
it.
It's all
I hung
very
out with
shimmery.
a 6-year-old one time, and here we go.
Yeah,
Okay, we like
very
fairy
cool.
hair.
Love it, love it.
To get any of these deals, head to today.com/shop, and we should mention Today may collect a commission on any products purchased through the link.
Coming up next, one of Hollywood's fastest rising stars. We got Emmy-winning actor Jerrell Jerome. He steps into a new big role, and he's going to tell us all about it. Coming up after this.
At just 21 years old, Jerrell Jerome won an Emmy for his performance of Corey Wise in When They See Us, making history as the youngest person ever to take home an Emmy for Outstanding Lead Actor in a
Wow.
limited series.
Wow, wow, wow. Well, now he's stepping into a larger-than-life role. He plays a 13-foot tall teen in a coming-of-age series. It's called I'm a Virgo. Take a look.
Man, what the hell's wrong with you coming in?
What are you thinking?
What?
What do you mean, what?
It's a word attempting to specifically locate the object of one's inquiry.
Boy, I wish I was 8 foot tall.
Have you been listening to me? Have I been wasting my breath?
You can't waste or save it because it comes out either way.
Man, this dude is
You
crazy.
do not appreciate what we put aside to keep you safe and
Well,
to
I
keep
didn't
you
ask-
fed
I didn't
to
ask
become the
her.
man that you are.
Oh. Wow, Jerrell, first of all, welcome. Thanks. Secondly, we didn't get to formally congratulate you on your Emmy that you got the youngest. How does it feel having that title?
Yeah, you know, I feel like I fell asleep in 2019 and I haven't woken up yet. It still
Wow.
feels like a dream. I haven't been able to process everything, but it's sitting on my nightstand and I get to look at it. So.
Is that you seem like you have lots of confidence. I mean, for being so young. Where does that come from?
Probably just being from New York, being from the Bronx. It comes with the territory, you know. growing up, I wouldn't say I was popular, but I was pretty well known. And so I think just going with that, but I'm not always confident. I have my low moments. I have moments where.
You know, one of the things that I have found to be so cool about you is that you're an actor, but you're also a musician.
Yeah.
And you say that actually music was kind of a therapy for you growing up. How so?
Well, it's my first love. The first thing I was ever really passionate about was rapping, music, rhyming, poetry. And so when I was very young, there's actually, when I used to go to this park, and at the park, these guys would be like, if you want to play basketball, you got to rap for us. And so, you got to rap for us. And so that's kind of where it started. And then from there, I started to fall in love with it. And it is my therapy session for me. I think when it comes to the music, it's all my thoughts, it's all my feelings, my emotions, as opposed to acting, when I transform into someone else. So.
Where did your big break come from? So you're a kid in the Bronx, you have this dream. You can do it, but where'd you get the break that brought you here?
Honestly, she's standing right there as my break, my manager. She saw me in high school.
She's saying, she's with her hand on her face.
Yeah, with her hand on her face. She saw me. She actually saw me on stage in high school.
Where?
At LaGuardia High School, performing arts school. That's where I went, and I was honestly just doing a play. She went to go see the play with her daughter, and she thought I was a bit special. And from then on, we signed up together. And my first month of college, I booked Moonlight, and Moonlight really did open the doors for me.
My God, talk about a life-changing moment.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just the fact that she went to that play.
And she was just going with her daughter. She was just going to have a good time.
How cool
no accidents.
Is that? You in some of your music, you write about how you grew up in poverty. And now here you are. You can support yourself. I'm sure you can support your family. What, do you feel like that helps you kind of keep everything in perspective?
Yeah, definitely. Every day is still a learning lesson, and you know, the more success you find, there's no rule book to it. You know, there's no guidelines. So it's really just trying to stay grounded, stay connected with my family.
Let's talk about this show you're in, which is hilarious.
It was a typo.
When we saw a 13-foot kid, I was like, okay, we got to figure that out. So you read that role, and what did you think?
What you just said, freaked out. I got it via email from Boots Riley himself, the director.
Wow.
And the title of the email was 13-foot tall black man in Oakland. I'm down. I'm so down. It's just so out the box and creative and innovative, and I'm just excited to be a part of something so fresh and new, you know?
And it's like all the emotions. It's funny, but it's also so human and heartfelt. But physically, I mean, you're not 13 feet.
No, I'm not even 6 feet. No.
How did you get into that mindset to get into the role?
Physicality, right?
Yeah, you know, it's funny. People ask me if I spend time talking to tall people and just walking around. That's not the case. No. To me, it was more about his the essence of who he was. You know, every day he wakes up 13 feet. So he's not shocked by it the way we would be. Right. And so he's so used to it. So for me, it was ignoring that quality of him. That's not the biggest thing about him, even though it quite literally is. What is, you know, he's a Virgo. That's the point of the title, is to make him more human. You know, when you see somebody like that in the street, obviously we'd probably pass out and freak out and think that this guy is going to threaten us or step on us or hurt us. But when you watch the show, you'll see that he's a big little kid. And regardless of how tall he is, he just still has this heart inside of him. And so I wanted to find the heart more than the size. And then the physicality just came after I played around with the naivete and the youth of him.
You are so mature.
Yeah, I'm just
shocked.
marveling
I know.
and everything. Wait, but okay, real quickly, what's your song of the summer for us to add to our playlist?
Oh, yeah, it's called Like to Dance.
Like to Dance?
Yeah.
Oh my God, yes. We like to dance.
We like to dance too. We want to thank you, and we want to thank your manager who found you.
Yes.
Thank you for going to that play on that particular day and finding this gem of a young man.
And
wow.
Jerrell, we can't wait to watch your star rise even more than it already has.
Yes.
Thank you guys for having me.
And y'all watch this. I Am a Virgo premieres Friday, June 23rd. It is so cool. It's on Prime Video.
And we'll be back right after this.
Thank you, Jerrell.
All right, so this is going to be cool. Tomorrow, Anthony Anderson stops by with his mom, Doris.
Plus, David Burtka has cocktail parties, do's and don'ts.
All right, have a great Tuesday, guys.
Bye, guys.
See you later.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, it worth coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stop with us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle. This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
I woke up smiling on my face. No care, no trouble in my way. The sun is shining where I go. That's how I know. Yeah, that's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
Ah, pizza. The golden crust, the tangy sauce, and that ooey gooey cheese. It's no surprise that this divine creation is one of America's most popular foods. But in the countless pizzerias I've been to, it's still pretty rare to see a woman tossing dough or tending a giant oven. I'm Elena Besser. I'm a professional chef, recipe developer, and content creator, so I'm constantly curious about who is making my meals. Now I'm heading out to meet the women breaking barriers in the pizza world today and creating more space for everyone at the table. Mankind has been eating flatbreads for centuries, but the modern pizza was invented in Naples, Italy. It was popular among the working class who needed meals that were quick and cheap. When Queen Margherita of Savoy visited Naples in the late 1800s, Chef Raphael Esposito served her a pie inspired by Italy's national colors. The Queen's approval turned this humble street food into a royal favorite. So you could say it was a woman who really put pizza on the world map.
I think the love from pizza is something I always say, I think it's my blood.
Georgia Capruccio owns Manhattan's Don Antonio, known for its classic Neapolitan pies. While New York City has thousands of pizzerias, very few are actually owned by women.
What do your guests say when they walk into the restaurant and they see a woman standing at the pizza oven making their pizza?
So some of the people are really, I can see from the face, they're surprised. And they bring the kids, they bring their daughter to have, pizza, and it's super fun.
Georgia is one of only 2 women to ever win one of Italy's largest pizza competitions, a feat she accomplished at just 21 years old. Her victory surprised everyone, including Georgia herself.
It was crazy. My father signed for me.
Wait, so he signed you up to compete in this competition and you had no idea?
No idea. Zero idea. 5 minutes before the competition started, he came to me and said, oh, by the way, I signed up for you.
Georgia placed first in the classic pizza category, cementing her love for the craft and giving her shop a major boost.
I never imagined that I can win. I was super happy. That moment, it was unique because I remember feel free, feel super light.
Growing up on a dairy farm in Terracina, Italy, Georgia's love for pizza started early.
Tell me some of your earliest food memories.
So my grandmother, for example, she was making pizza for me every Sunday with just tomato sauce and oregano, so really simple.
So that's true grandma style pizza from grandma herself.
Georgia's grandmother may have introduced her to pizza, but it was her father, Roberto Capruccio, that made it a true family obsession. Roberto left his family and moved to Naples to study the art of pizza making. Georgia was just 8 years old, so she rarely saw him growing up. By the early 2000s, Roberto's culinary chops brought him to the US. His restaurant, Keste, is touted as serving some of the best pizza in New York City.
Did you ever think that you would end up in food one day?
Never. Also, when I first arrived over here, I come in New York for learn English and never imagined. So the only option for me to know my father or to understand what he was doing is stay with him. This is why I started to make pizza.
So Georgia moved to the States to reconnect with her father. Georgia was the only woman assembling pies in the kitchen, so she was motivated to prove she belonged.
And also everybody, all the co-workers was making fun of me because I don't know how to make pizza, I don't cook at home.
So you're like, I'll show you.
She shadowed her father for 3 years, but Roberto wanted his daughter to train harder. He sent her to Naples to study with his former mentor. She was the only female apprentice in her class.
What were the responses from the other people that were learning alongside you, those men?
So they don't feel that I can I can be successful or I can be reach a high level of be a pizza maker, because they say, oh, one day you have kids, so you stay home.
Did you ever respond to them or did you just ignore them?
I ignore. My pizza is my business card.
Georgia returned to the US with a renewed determination to make pizza her profession. She opened Don Antonio with her father in 2012.
When did you have that spark where you realized, oh my goodness, this is what I'm gonna do for my career?
When I opened Don Antonio. And I was really in charge of everything in the kitchen. But in that moment I say, I need to be the best.
There's this term going around right now called Nepo baby, where it's the concept of nepotism. But you have really taken time to learn the craft and do the work to prove yourself. So do you feel like you've been able to move outside of your dad's shadow?
Not yet.
Georgia says customers are still surprised that she's running the shop these days, not her famous father.
You never saw a lot daughter follow, pizza maker, father pizza maker.
After working 13-hour days for nearly a decade, she's had to take a step back with her first child on the way.
Working in a kitchen, I can speak from experience, it is incredibly physically demanding. So how have you had to adapt as you've seen your body change?
So I changed completely. I need to change completely. So before I was really strong. I don't need to eat, I don't need to sleep a lot.
Today, 10% of people working in the food and hospitality industries have access to some type of parental leave. Georgia is keenly aware she's in a unique position.
I'm really lucky because I can organize myself in my job. The other woman cannot.
Right, you're the boss, so you can call the shots, and that actually works to your advantage.
Yes.
At Don Antonio, I was ready to see this boss get to work. Italy, just like the US, is home to many different regional styles of pizza. Georgia specializes in Neapolitan pizza, which is prized for its simplicity and high-quality ingredients. The dough, the tomatoes, the types of cheese, and the techniques are all strictly regulated by two associations based in Naples. Georgia used to train chefs with the Associazione Pizzaioli Napoletani, so I was ready to learn from a true pizzaiola.
What is the first step?
So we start with the tomato.
Neapolitan pizzas must be topped with tomatoes grown close to Naples.
So basically I crush like that.
Ooh, that must feel nice.
Yes.
The base of the dough uses water, fresh yeast, salt, and imported 00 flour, which refers to its super fine grind. This dough has been fermenting for a full day.
So you can see the bubbling.
Nice.
So Neapolitan pizza, the characteristic is the bubble crust.
The dough is cut and shaped into little balls, which rest for another 5 hours.
Now we need to start to make the pizza. This is semolina. See the...
Look at the bubbles. It's alive.
So now what Neapolitan pizza maker do is like just push the air.
Okay. Oh wow, and you can see all of that air is pushing out to create that crust. Can I try?
Yeah.
It feels so fluffy.
After the dough is stretched, it's time for the toppings. First up, the tomato sauce.
So 1 exactly spoon. Now we put basil, pecorino.
Okay, and that's a little saltier than traditional Parmesan.
The pizza is finished with a hefty handful of mozzarella and a generous drizzle of fruity extra virgin olive oil. Then it's ready for the oven.
And that's it.
I love it.
Ready to go.
To the oven.
The key to a stellar Neapolitan pizza is an incredibly hot wood-burning oven. This one, brought over from Italy, burns at a scorching 900 degrees, so it only takes 2 minutes for the pies to cook.
There we go.
Wow.
Here's your pizza.
This is stunning.
God.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Oh my goodness. Wow.
This is the crust that you want on the bottom. Like thin, but you have the crunchy also.
I could not handle how much flavor is in such simplicity. I am in heaven.
At Don Antonio in New York City, I couldn't wait to try Georgia's award-winning Montanara, a fried pizza.
Fried pizza is one of the oldest pizza. It was invented, created in Naples. And you
No
can find
way.
It. Yes.
Wow, I had no idea.
So if you see the movie with the Sofia Loren, The Gold of Naples,
Okay.
she was fried on the street.
Women are tied to fried pizza. Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
Yes, so the women in Naples try to help and sustain the family. They was
Right.
really poor family.
mhm.
So they start to fry and sell on the street. The
Okay,
pizza.
amazing. So it really all started with the women. Let's not
Yes.
forget that.
Yes.
Georgia fries the same traditional dough to a golden brown. Then she tops it with tomato sauce, pecorino, basil, and smoked buffalo mozzarella. To get that gooey melted cheese, she finishes the pie in the oven for less than a minute.
Wow, it looks so puffy. It almost looks like focaccia.
It's the most delicious and simple.
You get that crispy crust on the outside, but you're still getting such a doughy, light, fluffy center.
You need to try at least one time in your life.
Absolutely, are you kidding? I had no idea that this exists.
Despite her success, Georgia knows there's still a long way to go when it comes to representation in the pizza world. In 2019, she helped co-found Women in Pizza, an organization that helps support and connect chefs, restaurant owners, and food entrepreneurs. Two of Georgia's closest friends from the group stopped by Don Antonio.
The friendship that we create is more really tight, much deep friendship that you can create in the pizza world.
Alexandra Mortati was inspired to start the group after talking to many women in the restaurant world with shared experiences.
Alexandra, you've talked about how women are often hidden in pizza shops. Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
Yeah, I think a lot of times women get slotted into roles that people think they're best fit for. Because you're a woman, maybe you seem more nurturing, they want to put you in management. Or maybe you're really good with people, they want to put you as the hostess or somewhere in the front. But what you might be interested in is making the pizza. And you have to fight a lot harder for them to give you that space to prove yourself.
Nicole Russell, a pizza maker who hosts the show Pizza Wars, agrees.
Women just have different challenges and different barriers to entry than the average guy. And it's like, you know, one thing about being in Women in Pizza is that a lot of times when we do the show demos, I'll be the only woman with all the guys. And they're just so dominant and like, you know, we're also passionate about making pizza, you know? And we all can't wait to just make the pizza. But sometimes you just gotta, get out the way. You know what I mean? So I think it's important that, you know, you always hear about a grandma slice, but actually you see a grandma representation. Yeah. Like you hear the grandma slice, but where's the grandma?
Where is the grandma?
Right,
Yeah.
right. Nona's at home, right? Well, bring Nona out.
Yes.
So that's what Women in Pizza is kind of about. All love, but just showcasing more, you know, how much women are a force in this industry.
And I think now there's a lot more room where men are mentoring younger women and women are mentoring younger women and empowering them. And it wouldn't be possible without women like Georgia and Nicole.
Cheers, ladies.
Cheers. Cheers.
Cheers.
Pizza. Women in Pizza.
Yeah, to Women in Pizza.
Where I live in the Big Apple, there are plenty of incredible pizza restaurants with pretty much every type of slice you can imagine. But there's a surprising place down south where folks are really flipping out for something special.
I want to be throwing dough. I want to be covered in flour and pizza sauce. It's kind of like my serenity.
Welcome to Tulsa, Oklahoma, where the famed Route 66 runs right into the historic downtown. This city is known for its Art Deco buildings and world-class museums dedicated to music legends Woody Guthrie and Bob Dylan. But unlike many visitors, I'm not here to dive into memorabilia. I'm here to meet Tara Hadden, a rising star on the national pizza scene.
Oh my gosh, it's so great to finally meet you. I'm obsessed with the door, master of this domain, Tara Hadden. That's epic. I love it. Look at this beautiful restaurant.
So we're just kind of a late 80s, early 90s themed pizzeria.
That's what we love. As a 90s baby, I'm all here for it. And you're a 90s baby as well.
Barely.
Barely.
At 26 years old, Tara already owns 2 locations of Zaza's Pizza and Wings, a brand she founded. The name is a nod to the infamous Joey Zaza from The Godfather Part 3. Here, Tara is putting her own spin on a classic pizza shop with some very non-traditional offerings.
So these are all of our slice pies. We'll usually keep like the basics and stuff that people come in to try, like of course pepperoni, cheese, sausage. And then we kind of have some of our weird stuff going on, of course.
Pickles!
Our pickle pie. Believe it or not, it's one of our best-selling pizzas.
No way.
Tara started working in pizza when she was 16, honing her skills at local pizzerias before meeting her mentor Mike Bausch of Andolini's Pizza, a small pizza empire in Tulsa.
Mike and his brother were in and out of the restaurants all the time, and he came in and he saw me throwing dough, and every time he came in, that's what he saw me doing. So he was like, "You're good at this, aren't you?" I'm like,
Good was an understatement. Mike recognized that Tara had a natural talent for throwing dough, so he started teaching her some basic acrobatic tricks. Yup, this is a real sport. Professional pizza acrobats spin, toss, and twirl dough at competitions around the world. During 3 to 5 minute choreographed routines, they're judged on the number of tricks they perform and their difficulty. One of the most well-known pizza competitions is the Pizza Games at Las Vegas's Pizza Expo, where pros from around the globe gather each spring. This year, Tara is competing in her 5th games. As usual, she'll be one of the only female competitors.
How did you even learn what pizza throwing was?
I saw this guy that I worked with at like my first ever pizzeria kind of doing it. And they had told me about Pizza Expo. And at that time, it was just like a dream to go to Pizza Expo.
Tara has come a long way since a disappointing last place finish at her first Pizza Games. Reflecting on that time, she says her head and heart were elsewhere, grieving the loss of her mother, the woman who sparked her love for cooking as a child.
I just kind of fell into like making food and stuff at home with my mom. Her, my grandma, long line of like women who cook and making recipes, and that was kind of what we would leave like down to our kids, was just cookbooks.
When Tara returned to Vegas the following year, she had a new purpose.
I made the reason I was going there worth everything that I kind of put into it. When I placed first in the preliminaries, it was such like a powerful moment. It actually fell on the anniversary of when she had passed away. So I was like, oh my gosh, like this is because of you, like you helped me. Yeah. And it was kind of at that moment where I was like, everything is like paid off.
When Tara's not wowing crowds, she's busy making some of Tulsa's most unique pizzas. So we headed to her prep kitchen where 500 pounds of dough gets made into over 1,000 pies every day.
So our dough, we're gonna start with a local milled flour. And then we of course got our yeast, salt, and olive oil.
Great.
Best way to kind of start dough is by activating the yeast.
Okay.
So we usually activate it in some hot water, warm water, like 101 is usually ideal.
It's gonna smell really nice in here very soon.
Yes.
So give it a whisk. Great.
And then once we kind of wake the yeast up in here, we're gonna put it to sleep in some ice water.
Your turn. It's cold.
That's how you check your pain tolerance.
Yeah, exactly. You know? It's funny that the whole point of this is to put the yeast to sleep when I'm feeling More awake than ever with how cold this is on my fingers.
Now this is pretty bubbly, so we got a nice little foamy layer in there. And then we'll just throw this in with our flour. We already got some dough that's been mixing this morning.
The dough Tara uses for tricks doesn't have any yeast, so it stays dense like Play-Doh. Back at Zaza's, it was time to learn some tossing tricks with a few new friends.
Good job, guys.
Each month, Tara holds a pizza making and throwing class for kids and parents at her shop. I'm a little older than her typical student, but I could not wait to join in on the fun.
We're gonna take it across our body.
Okay.
And then throw it up. And then throw it up in the air. Yeah, just like that. 1, 2, 3. I just kind of spin it like on my finger, like my knuckles almost.
Okay. Well, you have to get it going first.
Yeah.
Right?
The best trick I show people that's pretty easy is throwing it behind your shoulder.
Okay,
If
show me
you
that.
put your arm out, you know, like you're a little teapot, short and stout, you know, and then you just look that way and throw it.
It's like doing a cartwheel. It's not. Around the shoulder. Just like effortless. She's effortless. She's a world champion.
With the competition in Vegas fast approaching, I joined Tara and her mentor Mike for a practice session.
Pleasure to meet you.
Mike, you're the whole reason why Tara got into this, so can you tell us a little bit about that?
Well, I'm a dork for pizza, and her dorkage has just latched on to us, and it's exciting. It's about the love of pizza making, and this is a representation of that.
So are we gonna get a chance to see the full routine right now?
I mean, I guess we can do it.
Oh my gosh.
Tara uses silicone doughs to practice. They create the feel of acrobatic pizza dough without the floury mess.
Transitioning from hand to hand is what will give her more points.
Okay.
And then going behind the back seamlessly. Some people will really lean into one trick and try and make it last 30 seconds.
Okay.
She's going a trick per second.
Oh.
There it is.
Okay,
That's the Tara
that is-
classic. That's her signature move.
Unbelievable.
There you go.
Woo!
Here at Zaza's Pizza in Tulsa, pizza acrobat Tara Hatton is making waves with her signature moves and unique pies. I couldn't wait to make one of her fan favorites, a chicken and waffle pizza.
So you're essentially taking the Zaza's pizza and wings and you're creating a child with them of chicken and waffle pizza.
Yes, they are all my precious pizza baby.
We love.
This pizza uses a blend of margarine and butter as a base on top of the olive oil.
So this doesn't have a sauce on it, does it?
No, it's just gonna be like the oil and the butter.
Okay,
The
sick.
olive oil is just gonna be like a sheen to protect the dough itself. And then the butter will kind of melt and create these little soup pools that'll be perfect for when we put our waffles on. And it'll just like soak up all that butter.
Baby is
It's gonna
speaking
be
my
delicious.
language.
With our buttery base ready, Tara and I add boneless chicken wings and Mott's cheese. Then it was time for something sweet.
Our secret little ingredient, we're gonna add some syrup
Look at this. It's so wrong, it's right. So a little bit of a swirl.
So it kind of bakes into the base and stuff and almost like caramelizes on there.
The pizza bakes at 555 degrees until the crust turns golden brown before the final topping.
It's smelling so good in here.
Smells like breakfast.
Jinx. Oh, we can't forget the Mike's Hot
The
Honey.
most important part.
Drizzle me timbers.
Pizza time.
Cheers.
Cheers.
So you get a combination of crunch and fluff with a little bit of that salty cheese.
And then it's just hot.
And then the hot honey.
It's good.
It slaps.
Of course, I couldn't leave Zaza's without trying the famous pickle pizza.
I could see a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle eating this right now. Cheers.
Cheers with your hot slice of pizza.
Oh my gosh. It's got that punchy vinegar pickle taste and the cheese mellows it out. I never knew that a pickle on a pizza would work so well.
It does. I don't like pineapple on pizza, but like pickle on pizza, that's my move.
Before heading back to New York, I had one more pizza party to attend.
My friend and owner of Zaza's Pizza and Wings, Tara Hatton.
Tara's routine wowed friends and fans of all ages who came to wish her well before the big competition. Taking it all the way back to where you first began in the kitchen with your mom and grandma to where you are today. If they could see you now, what do you think they would say?
I would like to say that they are definitely proud. I don't think they would expect what I'm doing now compared to where my original game plan was in life. I think they would realize it's not just pizza to me. It is my life, it is my world, and I love it.
Tara placed second in the Masters Acrobatic competition in Vegas. And she can't wait to come back and compete for the title again next year.
Pizza is the ultimate comfort food. With so many unique styles, sauces, and toppings, it's truly impossible to go wrong. As pizza has evolved over the years, so have the chefs behind this iconic Italian staple. Whether they're cooking pies, running front of house, or going all out on stage, the women making pizza today are creating more space at the table for everyone.
Joining us this morning, Chef Elena Besser. She is going to make something awesome as we get back to the routine, looking for those easy and affordable weeknight dinner ideas. And to cook along with us, just scan that QR code. You can order the ingredients with one click, add them to your cart, and schedule pickup or delivery. Elena, good morning.
Good morning, my sous chef. How are you today?
I am well, thank you.
Good.
Putting me right in my place.
Absolutely.
I love it.
Are you ready to get to chopping?
I like a woman who's ready to go. Let's do it.
Let's do it. Okay.
You let me know how to do. How did you pick this as an easy meal?
Okay, so zucchini is in season right now, therefore it's gonna taste so much more delicious than it otherwise would, and it's gonna be more affordable because we have a lot of zucchini available. So I figured, let's take zucchini and let's turn it into a luscious, creamy sauce that doesn't have any added
Now, I
ingredient.
said you jokingly backstage, I said, why do you cut the zucchini in this particular size? Why are they so small? And you actually had a great answer for that. There's a reason for it.
Yes, there is a reason for it. So the reason why is because the smaller you cut the zucchini, the faster it's going to cook. And listen, we're trying to get food on the table as quickly as we can. We're busy people, so we want to make sure that we cut it into smaller pieces. These are about 1/4 of an inch thick. We're going to add those diced pieces to a sheet tray, half of them, and then we're gonna take the other half and put them into a bowl. So these just get a nice drizzle of olive oil, and we're gonna hit them with a little bit of salt to awaken that flavor.
Yep.
The higher you go when you season, the more surface area
that's a thing.
coverage you
All
get.
right.
Highly recommend.
Good to know. Yeah,
sprinkle,
make it rain.
sprinkle. And then the next thing we're going to do is we're going to take some garlic cloves and we're quartering them. So here's the thing. You could smash them if you want, but I know a lot of people get intimidated by that action. So I figured let's just quarter them. Put them right into our bowl, and then we're going to add it with some sauteed onions. And this is going to go at about a medium-high heat until that zucchini is nice and softened. You're gonna wanna give it a cover so you get that caramelization.
How long is that roughly,
from
like
the
10
bottom.
minutes?
Yeah, about 10 minutes. You get the caramelization from the bottom, but at the same time, it's softening the zucchini, and we are left
I like where
with
this is headed.
This
I can do everything
gorgeous
you've done so
mixture.
far. It's not out of my reach. Yeah.
Okay, and another thing that maybe also isn't out of your reach for me personally
wine.
as well, white wine, my friend. So to add even more depth of flavor and to pick up any of those brown bits that we get on the bottom, also known as the fond, we are going to continue cooking that. It's going to infuse with flavor, and we want to cook it at that medium-high heat until it reduces down. It's delicious
Is
and
this the sauce? Are you making the
luxurious.
sauce, or is
This
this
is
just
the
like
sauce that
okay,
we're
got it.
making while those are roasting
How's the
in the
sauce
oven.
taste?
This is amazing.
It tastes like
creamy. It does.
Doesn't it?
No
taste
cream.
like
No
cream
cream.
at all. It's
Wow.
so creamy and silky. So the
And
reason why
after you cook it, you blend it?
after you cook it, you blend it. And Al, you make a great point. The reason why we're getting that nice brightness is because once we have transferred that reduced situation that we got over here to a blender, we're adding in the zest of a lemon. That gives us our brightness. And then we are also adding in some fresh basil.
You know what I like that's not in here? I'm glad it's not is eggplant, because I like zucchini, but I don't like
Oh,
eggplant.
well, there you go. Good. I'm happy we didn't use eggplant then.
It's so good.
And then a
Put
little
corn
bit
in
of our
it.
pasta water, and that gives us even more creaminess and even more of a starchy component.
That's probably
So
where it's coming from,
You got
the
it.
pasta water.
How's it going over there?
Oh,
You got
good.
it?
No, I'm just gonna have
Fabulous.
we only got about 2 minutes
Okay,
left,
great.
so I'm gonna.
And then
I gotta take
we're
my
going
shot
to
here.
take our pasta. You can use any noodle that you want. This is, as the Today Show team made sure I pronounced properly, Packery. We have our Italian, so we want to make sure we're doing it properly. Shout out to Anthony and Katie. And we are adding that directly into this gorgeous blended sauce.
By the way, can I just say for school nights, if we were making this in the daily household, we might do this sans sauce and just do it with a little butter and cheese for the kids.
Yes, delicious.
And then hype it up for the adults.
Exactly. Use a different pasta?
You could use any pasta you want. You could use rigatoni.
really
You could use penne. I like something that has a tube. Yes, fusilli. That would catch the sauce beautifully. Great suggestion.
Wow, that's
We're going to finish it up with a little bit of that fresh lemon juice from the lemon that we have reserved over here. And you can add a little pasta water as you go to get it to a nice, luxurious consistency. And last but certainly not least, we are going to top it with
No
some...
giant pads of butter. No
What is that? What are you putting on
but
top?
it feels like it is. It's crazy.
We are adding some
pistachio?
pistachios, some Sicilian pistachios. We've got
You've
some
done it
fresh
again.
basil, that roasted zucchini. So we get those crispy bits. We get zucchini two ways.
Dinner like this.
We're starting off with some gorgeous thick cut bacon.
Boom.
Anytime there's bacon in a recipe, I'm
Yes.
a happy gal.
I'm
So we are just going to slice this bacon on up. We're actually making a sweet corn mac and cheese for everyone that's wondering. And what I like to do whenever I'm cutting like pancetta or bacon or whatever, I'll put it in the fridge or the freezer before slicing it, so it just makes it easier
little thick,
to
a little.
cook.
I actually started
Exactly.
using scissors.
Really?
That is also
Yes.
a great tip.
Because I sometimes can't get the knife through because it's so fatty.
Right? Exactly. Scissors, they'll get the job done. Also great for cutting up herbs for garnish too.
Good point.
Okay,
So,
so
this
we're
is
gonna
cooking.
render this. We want to make sure that this is cooking at like a medium-low heat. We don't want it to be too high because it could cause the bacon to burn and stay a little chewy. We want it to be really crisp and delicious. So this, what's in season right now? We got a lot of corn.
Yes.
And it is so delicious. It's so sweet, and it actually has a lot of great starch in it. And that's going to allow us to get a really creamy sauce without creating a bechamel base, which is traditional of a mac and cheese. So we are putting it with the bottom down right into the bowl and slicing it off of the cob.
Okay.
And you can keep that cob for later, which I will show you what we're going to do with the cob as well.
Some people make a stock out of it.
Yeah, Exactly. You can make a stock out of the cobs. Al, you always know what's up in the kitchen. I respect that about
I don't know much else.
Okay, so we have cut off that corn, and then what we're going to do is we are going to take that residual bacon fat that we have. That adds that
Liquid
flavor.
gold, baby.
Exact, you know it. And we're going to take some shallots that we just grated on a box grater. We're going to mix those up.
If you didn't have shallots, could you use onion?
Yeah, absolutely. You could use onion, you could use leek, you could add a little extra garlic if you want, and then a little chili flake for some heat. This you can keep out if you want as well. You know, if you're sensitive to heat, don't worry about it. And then, of course, once that's sauteed down, we add that corn in and saute it up. Hit it with a little bit of salt and pepper. Your kitchen at this point is going to be smelling amazing.
It smells great in here
and
already.
Then we will take that mixture
All
and
that.
transfer it into a blender. So this blender, it just has the mixture along with our pasta water, which is another liquid gold. I call this unicorn juice because it has this magical thing where it creates a really nice starchy component, which will coat that pasta and give us a luxurious thick sauce.
And I noticed you have some Parmesan. Is that
Yes.
going too?
Oh, you know it. So
Okay.
you can use pecorino or parm. Pecorino will give you a little bit of a saltier experience. But if you can only find parm, that works too. And we are now making our sauce. So at a low heat or even off the heat, depending on how hot your pan already is, you're going to transfer back and forth between our cheese, a little bit of pasta water, and then we're going to add in my good pal cheddar.
It's always better with cheddar.
It's always better with cheddar, you know it. So we're adding a little bit at a time and continuing to mix because we want the sauce to emulsify and get creamy.
Right.
If you dump it all in at once, it could break. So just be careful with that.
Boiling your pasta.
Yes, in the meantime, we've been boiling our pasta. We have taken a little bit of that pasta water to add to our sauce as we're cooking it up.
Right.
And I even took some of those corn cobs that we had and popped them into the water. And what that's going to do is it's going to further infuse that corn flavor into the pasta itself.
And then you're going to take the sauce and the pasta together?
Exactly. So once that cheesy sauce has melted and emulsified, we're going to add that pasta directly into it. Give it a nice toss, add any more pasta water that we need, and we're garnishing with more cheese, that crispy bacon, and some fresh chives.
Oh,
It's so
baby,
good.
This is
And it's time to eat.
You know what I love about this? Because it's salty, but you have a sweetness without like sugar or anything. You know?
Fantastic.
Oh, I'm
and the
so
corn
happy
made it
with
creamier, like
Elena
without all
Besser,
the. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Very good.
Al.
And it's an exciting day because we are launching a full Today Table cooking show with some of our favorite chefs all over on Today all day. And we have one of them with us. Chef Elena Besser is with us. Good morning.
Good morning, my friend.
Congrats.
Thanks. I'm seriously so pumped about this series. I think everyone is going to love it. Such fun recipes. And it premieres
easy.
today.
Yes.
And easy recipes.
I love that.
Well, it smells so fresh in here. I mean, there's just so many herbs that go into this recipe of yours.
Yes, there are. Herb quiz, quick quiz. Al, can you name all these herbs?
Dill, chive, mint, basil, parsley.
Yes, you got them all.
Okay.
You got them all.
Yay.
10
Sometimes
out
I
of
have to
10.
taste parsley to
So
make sure it's
give
not
them a
cilantro.
taste.
I love it.
This is such a fun way to use all of those beautiful herbs that are in season, coming in season right now. I know our gardens are starting to bloom, and what we're going to do is we're going to create a really easy herb pesto that has a lot of spinach in it as the foundation. So
And we should mention people can shop along right now. If you just scan that QR code, you can get the menu. I don't know the verbiage for it. I don't have the verbiage, but
You can get all the ingredients. It takes you right to Walmart and gets
And
the
then boom.
ingredients. They can
Boom.
ship them right to your house.
So this is a really easy herbaceous sauce, and it's going to have some lemon zest and lemon juice in it. So what we're going to do is we're just going to take a lemon. This is a rasp grater, also known as a microplane, and you just zest that
those, right?
beautiful
Right.
zest into
Four of
it.
them.
At the restaurant that I cooked at, we would get in trouble if we sliced a lemon before zesting it because there's so much flavor in the zest of the lemon itself. So you want to stop at the way.
Pre-zest?
Yeah, you can pre-zest, but just
dries
make
out,
sure. Yeah, make sure you put it in your refrigerator in like an airtight baggie, or you cover it up.
Okay.
Then what
Smells
you're
good.
also going to do once you've zested them, you'll slice them in half. Take a citrus press. Pop that in. Contrary to popular belief, you actually want to put it cut side down to get the most juice out of it. This has 1 garlic clove in it too, so we will typically take all of these lemons, pop it in
Smells
there.
so good.
But for time, I want to make sure we get to all of the different steps. Then you're going to take a ton of fresh spinach, several handfuls. You want to have a really nice high-speed blender or a food processor. Take all of those herbs that we have over there. You can use any variety that you want. And the main thing here is you just want to go with soft herbs that are going to easily break down. You're also going to add in some olive oil, extra virgin olive oil for extra flavor. And we're going to pop that in, blend it on up, and then you are left with this beautiful bright green sauce, which is right over here. So
Could you use
everyone can see.
arugula instead of the spit to pepper it up?
I love that suggestion. You absolutely could use arugula. You could use any green. I love the nuttiness, the peppery taste of the arugula.
This is such a good idea to get rid of those extra herbs in your garden. Because I did that last year. I had all these herbs and I just had nothing to do with them.
It's the best, and
Or
it's
ones
so
that are
easy.
kind of on their last leg. Kind of throw in there.
Absolutely, freshen them up. So we have rigatoni right here. This is my favorite pasta shape. It catches all that saucy goodness. You're just going to take all that rigatoni, transfer it right into this big bowl of sauce. And what's fun is you can just serve it directly in this bowl. So it's all going to come together right in this bowl.
And the extra pasta water.
Yes, the pasta water is key. We really want pasta water here. I call it unicorn sauce. I know that's ridiculous. But the reason why is because it's magical, my friends. This has all of that starchy goodness that's going to really allow the sauce to stick to the pasta itself rather than running right off. So we are just going to continue tossing this up. And a fun little thing that I like to do, other than adding a lot of cheese, because I'm from the Midwest and I gotta help myself. I need as much cheese. Chicago. Oh,
that's right. We talked about
Born and raised, and we're both Wildcats, but you know.
Are you throwing dates in there?
Okay, this is a crazy twist.
Oh
so
my gosh.
I actually, half of my family lives in Israel, so I love eating dates.
Oh my God.
Love them, love to integrate them into anything. And a little bite of sweetness. These taste like concentrated maple syrup, if you will.
Yes.
So I like to add them to the top of whatever, of this pasta specifically,
Oh.
but also whatever I'm cooking.
Girl.
You like it? And then some toasted pine nuts, because a little extra nuttiness, we're happy to have it, and some extra fresh herbs. And you know what? I'm so happy everyone likes it. What's great about this too is that if you have leftovers the next day, it is delicious cold. It tastes
Can I
like
sing your praises? So you should go to today.com, watch her show, get this food, because sometimes when chefs are here and they cook, there's a little buzz in the studio about how good it was. With you this morning, everybody was buzzing about how good this pasta is. And this is another one.
And you know what I love about this? Sometimes I find with pesto, it gets monotonous, and I'm eating the pesto, and I'm like, ugh. This is like, you get a lemony bite, and then you get a nice crunchy salt, but then the sweetness cleanses your palate for another salty pesto bite.
So we say yes.
Oh,
That was not
such
planned.
great descriptions. I love all of you. It's such a
Thank
pleasure.
you.
And by the way, if
Thank
you like
so much.
dates, Rancho Metalluca makes it's a date farm out in California. Spectacular.
Really?
Okay, I got it.
TV host Elena Besser. She has not one, but 2 desserts that we can make ahead of time. So all you have to do is scan that QR code right at the bottom of the screen. You can cook along with us. With 1 click, select Get Ingredients, and then you can schedule that pickup or that delivery. Elena, good morning to you.
Good morning, my pals. Always great to be with you.
Pumpkin mini cheesecakes.
You know it.
Yum.
It's always fun when you have an individual dessert portion, and mini versions of desserts just bring me so much joy. So we are changing up the traditional graham cracker crust, and we are using ginger snaps to add that autumnal flair. So we have some brown sugar, we've got our ginger snap cookies, and we are going to pulse this on up in a food processor.
Can I pulse? I love to pulse.
Yes, please do.
What do you got over there? What is that, butter?
Yes, and we've got some melted butter. Feel free to get after that. And then once it is all night, keep on going. Yeah. Ooh. And once it is fully the consistency of sand, you're going to stream in.
Greg's really having a good time.
You're doing great. You're going to stream in that melted. No, you're doing
Keep going, Greg. Keep going.
Stream in that melted butter. And it's going to end up looking like wet sand. Then you portion it into the little ramekins. And you take a glass and press it down to create this little crust. Chanel, if you want to try that
Honestly, I could just eat this by itself.
I thought that was brown sugar.
It's a little brown sugar plus ginger snaps.
Oh, that's good.
Right?
This is by
Delicious,
itself.
right?
So you do that.
And so you do that, you pop that into the oven for about 10 minutes to set. And then we're going to start on our filling. So we have cream cheese, we have brown sugar, we've got white sugar in here. And we are going... Yeah, I keep doing that.
I know, it's KitchenAid, Elena. It's a KitchenAid.
I love KitchenAid. They're the best. And we're going to whip this on up. Then we're adding in all of our other flavorings. So we've got the cinnamon.
Eggs
That's a warm
got
flavor.
our eggs.
That's a warm flavor.
We have one
Wow.
hey.
One more. Let's go.
Look
One
at this
more.
executive chef right
There
here.
we go.
Oh, man.
In my kitchen at home.
Look at that. Skills. I love it. And then we're adding a little bit of kosher salt. We're adding in some vanilla extract. And this wouldn't be a pumpkin cheesecake unless we had our pumpkin puree. So you could also swap out sweet potato if you want. You pop that in here. You end up having this delicious mixture.
Wait, where do you get that? Is that in a can?
Yeah, you can get it in a can.
Okay.
Let's save the time, you know. I know. And then we are pouring it into all of our ramekins. It's a nice thick, delicious batter. Same, who doesn't love a good ramekin?
Well,
pop that in,
plus you
and
can
then
control your portion.
we are going to bake it in the oven. And this is the fun, really chefy moment here.
Okay.
And this is what's going to give us that luxurious, creamy texture. We are going to add in water to the bottom. This creates a water bath. So what happens is, instead of that cheesecake cooking too quickly, it's going to slowly poach it, so you get that really delicious, creamy texture.
I gotta get your food.
But wait, there's more.
There's more?
Oh, we're gonna start eating.
Have some please start eating it. We have some brown sugar and butter. We've got pumpkin seeds. We have pecans or pecans, however you
All of
say
it.
it. And a little bit of salt. Mix it up. We're making a brittle.
Oh my,
We have this brittle,
ridiculous.
and we're topping it with some whipped cream that is sweetened with maple syrup.
I wasn't
to
expecting
continue
this.
the fall flavor.
It's
Isn't
so
this
soft.
fun?
Yeah,
Here's
it's a
the thing.
pump. It's like a
Each
pumpkin
layer
pie.
is yummy on its own. Like even that right there is yummy.
Oh,
like,
and it's fun to just snack on the brittle because it
That's
comes
what I
in these
mean.
nice
Wait, we
big
didn't talk about
pieces.
the crumble.
Oh, we have to talk about the crumble. Okay, so crumble is such an easy dessert that you can make really far in advance. You can make all of these in advance, by the way. This you can store in the fridge for up to a week, unmold, and serve it. And then with the crumble, you could make this and freeze it. Wrap it on up. This is cranberry and apple crumble. You bake it in the oven, let it cool completely, wrap it up, put it in your freezer, and then right before you're serving, pop it into the oven at 350 degrees. You're gonna put tin foil over it, pour some melted butter over it to reheat it, and then serve it a la mode, because always ice cream.
Is there some lemon something in here? Or what's
There's
going
some
on?
lemon, there's a little orange. If orange isn't your thing, you can just omit the orange.
this is
but
great.
I'm happy you guys like it. Crumble's so easy, it's so delicious, it's a crowd pleaser, and what I love about it, not very many dishes. You make it in the
Cast iron,
skillet,
yeah.
you pop it on the table, it looks stunning, and your whole family is going to love it.
Cheers to
Well
you.
like them both.
Cheers to you.
I know they're both really yummy.
What are you doing for Thanksgiving?
I am going to be in Florida with my family. It'll be fun. It's the first year I'm not cooking in a while.
I was going to say it's a shame.
I'm
You
excited.
deserve to.
I was just about to invite you to my in-laws' place.
Amazing.
So what are we making this morning?
We are making a spiced apple loaf cake. We are celebrating the bounty of the season with these gorgeous apples. You can use Honeycrisp, you could use Granny Smith, whatever your favorite apple is, and we're gonna start by peeling it up and giving it a nice grate on a box grater.
Okay.
I figured it would be easier to grate it instead of taking all that time to chop. We're doing a lot of chopping already.
That's a nice pro tip.
So let's make it easy.
Watch your fingers.
Yeah, be
Thank
careful.
you. Wouldn't that be terrible?
Please.
What happened to Craig Melvin?
Safety only, safety only. And then the next thing we're going to do is we're taking a bowl of sugar and some oil, adding 2 room temperature eggs, a little bit of Greek yogurt for sweet.
Oh, that's where you get that little tang.
You could also use sour cream if you prefer, and then a nice healthy amount of vanilla extract. In baked goods, vanilla extract kind of acts like the salt. It brings out all of the flavors in the baked good. So if you want to keep mixing that up.
And I noticed we keep the wet and dry separate here.
Absolutely. We want to keep the wet and dry separate. It's really important to just make sure we're mixing the wet together before the dry so that we have a nice, even baked good that is really fluffy and delicious.
Ladies, Sobo, how we
Yeah,
doing?
love it.
Delightful.
Yummy, really good.
Delightful, good. And then we're going to add in some warming spices. We have cinnamon, ginger, nutmeg, our flour, all of our rising agents
Warming
in here.
spices. I've never heard them referred to as
Nice
that.
and cozy. And then what we're going to do is we're going to take those apples, we're going to add them to the wet ingredients, and then we're going to mix that all in with the dry ingredients. And it goes into our greased loaf pan. And if you want, you could actually add a little olive oil in there. The fruitiness from the olive oil is really going to add a lovely
So
extra
this goes
flavor.
into this.
So this goes into this, goes into our pan. We bake it until it, toothpick inserted in the center, comes out nice and clean.
And now we're making the frosting. And this,
The frosting is yummy.
Best part.
Real good.
Best
So
part.
what we're going to do is we're going to cream together butter and cream cheese,
Butter.
and all the butter. That's what this holiday is all about. And there's even more butter in a second. So get ready. So we're going to cream all this together, and then we slowly. It's not turning out. Yes, it is. It's going to turn.
Oh, there we go. Look
I
at
was
that.
looking at the wrong side. And we're just going to cream that together until it's nice and whipped. We are adding in cinnamon.
One of the warm spices.
Yes,
a warm spice.
Feeling warm.
You're learning. I love it. Some vanilla extract as well.
A warm extract. That's a warm extract.
A pinch of salt to additionally awaken all of the flavor. And then we're slowly but surely, do you want to add it in?
Sure.
Adding in that powdered sugar. And this is going to make sure it adds a subtle amount of sweetness, but we don't want too much. I don't like when a frosting is too overpowering and cloyingly sweet. So we're adding a little bit in. And then a touch of milk to smooth it on out.
Okay.
And once that is done and whipped to perfection, we're heading on over to our stovetop. This is a fun little extra thing that I think
This is unexpected.
It's fun, right?
Yes.
So we're melting a little bit of butter on a skillet.
Okay.
And once we've sliced up our bread, you take it
Next level.
and you toast it on up so it gets nice and toasty.
It tasted toasty, Elena.
Did you sprinkle a little salt on top of that frosting?
You know I did.
It tastes so good. It really nailed it.
Yes,
That
thank
frosting
you.
is spot on. It's not too heavy either.
Oh, I'm happy to hear that.
I
And
like
this
that.
is a fun dessert that you can serve after the meal. You could also serve it in the morning.
I was going to say, it's breakfast.
If you want to do a make-ahead, then how do you, you make it and then you put it in the freezer or the fridge? How long
Yes,
will it
you
keep?
could wrap it in plastic wrap, then wrap it in foil because we want to make sure no air gets inside of it. We don't want any freezer burn.
Yep.
Pop it into the freezer the night before serving, put it into your refrigerator. It will thaw, and then you can slice it up, griddle it if you want, or you
Griddle
could
it.
just have it as is.
Yes.
And put
breakfast.
Nice.
Yeah, have it for breakfast, have it for lunch, have it as a snack, have it after dinner. Enjoy it
Have
all
it.
season
So good.
long.
Elena, thank you.
Have it while you're meditating on that thing. I still wish we had. Oh, we will love that.
Cannot go wrong with dips.
I love dips. I'm a dip head from the old country. Here to show us a few of her favorites is Chef Elena Besser.
Hello.
So nice to meet you.
Oh, it is so great to meet
We're
you.
so happy that you're here. Okay, everyone loves that everything bagel seasoning.
Oh, addicted.
Obsessed.
Addicted.
Okay, so I didn't think about it in a dip, but you say yes, you can.
You can absolutely dip it out, you know,
Okay.
all about the dips. My dad is, I say he's part bagel because he eats a bagel literally every day.
Yeah, I thought he
this
was
is-
half Jewish. I was like,
yeah,
oh.
Also that.
And I can
this
say
is
it.
an homage to him. And so all you have to do, you can buy some gorgeous everything bagel spice at the store.
Okay.
You can add that on in.
To what?
I like adding a lot into the cream cheese. That's an
cream
important
cheese.
component. This is softened cream cheese right
Okay.
here. We also have some sour cream. So what I like to do is just add that on in. right? It
I
has a
love
little
sour
nice
cream.
tang.
I love French onion dip.
Do
you
you?
love from the packet?
Oh,
the onion
with
dip
the-
packet.
yes.
Lipton's. You just dump it in.
I can rub it on my gums
Fritos.
sometimes with the
I-
packet. It's so nice.
weird.
I'm a strange person.
I had that growing up. It's the way it's
Okay.
Okay, so we added lemon juice and zest, and we're just going to continue to mix this on up.
Okay.
And do you want to help me out? Let's pour in some capers. Let's
you got
add
that.
some.
How many,
some
though?
green-
Capers are
all of
strong.
them.
No,
Add
you're
them all.
kidding me.
I'm serious.
All right.
I am fully serious here. Big caper fan, and you just mix it all
Some
up.
spring onions?
Some spring
Let's
onions.
do it.
Absolutely.
Great.
This adds a nice little crunch. It's like all the things that you love in a bagel in dip form,
Oh my
which
gosh.
is the best.
I could eat this with a spoon, actually. I'm not joking, like
Would
yogurt.
you like to?
I
You
actually
wanna
would
try
like to
it?
try
Okay,
it.
here, let's
you?
go. Here, try
you
with the
go. Here you go.
spatula.
Okay, thank you very much.
Just right
Look,
there.
Well, I'm gonna
We have the pretty ones right here, but you add a little extra
look, you can dunk
scallion
it
on
in.
top, right?
Can I tell you something?
it's
This
so
is so yummy. And you can use tomatoes or cucumbers, whatever
Yes,
you want.
any crudité you want, feel free to leave it out. And it doesn't. You don't just have to have a bagel for breakfast. You can have it whenever you want.
I love
I
it.
love that.
Flavor is
That
yummy.
seasoning, I can put in anything, the everything bagel.
NBC's Morgan Radford is here with us. Good to have you live in 1A, Morgan. Good to see you.
So excited to be back and to see you all. So Juneteenth has always honored freedom, unity, and history. And part of that is celebrated through tradition, storytelling, and food. That's why one chef from Wisconsin decided that this Juneteenth, she was going to do something special and fulfill a promise made more than a century ago.
A big idea finally come to light.
How does this feel? I mean, just a year ago, this was all just a dream.
Yeah, it's very surreal that, this is mine.
This is your corn.
Yeah.
Here on 39 acres of land in St. Helena, South Carolina, Chef Adrian Lipscomb is creating a sanctuary for Black farmers.
The Welcoming Center is over there. Right.
Where they can grow their own produce and learn about the history of an industry that currently is less than 2% Black.
We were cooking as slaves, as the cooks in these kitchens. We want to recreate those kitchens. We want to celebrate, but also explain to others and to the public. We want the community to come to this land. We want them to be able to come celebrate on this land.
Opening up a new world of possibility that all started with a mystery check in the mail for $100.
So you did not know personally the person who put this check in the mail to you?
No. Didn't know this person.
Her project is called 40 Acres and a Mule, a reference to the short-lived attempt at reparations that gave former slaves land after the Civil War, only to be rescinded after Lincoln's assassination.
It started with a special field order number 15 by General Sherman to give 40 acres and a mule to the slaves that were released from the Civil War that were following him. And the question he asked is, what do you want? And one of them stood up and said, land.
How does Juneteenth and the significance of Juneteenth for you connect to this project?
Juneteenth has always been celebrated with me and my family. 1865 is just a significant year. You already have freed slaves in January of 1865, but you still don't have the free slaves of Texas, not until June 18th of 1865. By the next day, they're celebrating, and they're saying, we are free, we can celebrate. And what is so interesting is that slaves weren't allowed to be in big groups. So a lot of those leaders came together and they bought land where they would go and celebrate Juneteenth. And food was a huge portion of this.
The celebration of freedom.
The celebration of freedom, you're right.
Which is why Lipscomb, a mother of 4 who owns Uptown Cafe and Bakery in La Crosse, Wisconsin, decided to start her project here in South Carolina.
A lot of history right there.
A land
Slaves were here.
Slaves were here.
With deep roots and African ancestry.
Land is huge. Land brings identity, land brings community, land brings freedom. It allows us to navigate in this world, to create our history, to respect our history, but also bring forth our future.
Lipscomb was able to raise more than $150,000 in less than a year through a GoFundMe page and with the support of celebrity chefs like Mashama Bailey and David Thomas.
As an African-American chef, I am really interested in reclaiming the narrative where the food in this country started.
Together, they're fixing up something special ahead of this Juneteenth, celebrating on their land in the best way they know how.
Some of the best chefs in America are around this table.
Helping one entrepreneur fulfill a promise from generations ago.
Left the hands that made this food.
For generations to come.
Amen. I see.
And this is just the beginning. Adrian hopes that by next year, the land will actually host an archive of Black farming traditions, 3 kitchens that represent the African ancestral contributions to cooking, and produce farms for Black farmers. So her hope is really to create a safe space for them to grow, to cook, and sustain their own produce, while also learning about its history and where those food and food ways come from.
The craft beer industry has exploded in recent years, becoming a nearly $30 billion industry. And now, emerging from the pandemic, many specialty breweries are flourishing, with Black-owned establishments in particular gaining a lot of momentum. While they make up less than 1% of the more than 8,000 in the United States, more Black brewers are now starting to open sites. In fact, I recently stopped by the only one here in New York that brews on site for some beer and the side of South Carolina home cooking and some conversation.
If somebody's putting their true passion and true love into it, that's a good beer.
By that definition, Chris Gansey has been making good beer for a decade. Gansey is the owner of Daleview Biscuits and Beer, the only Black-owned brewery that brews on site in all of New York State. And that happens in these tanks below a kitchen that's very busy, serving up biscuits and fried chicken by way of someone very special to both of us. Our mutual hometown of Columbia, South Carolina. Where'd you go to middle school?
Gibbs.
Oh yeah, we used to play you guys in basketball. We used to beat Gibbs all the time.
You sure about that?
Gansey says he didn't even drink beer until his wife gave him a small home brewing kit 10 years ago for Father's Day. Being from Columbia, South Carolina as well, I know, especially in the summertime, cookouts are big.
Yes.
You mean to tell me back then you weren't like drinking tall boy beers?
No, I was not drinking beer at all.
But 3 years ago, that hobby evolved into a business. How did you get from those home brewing kits to the owner of quite the establishment?
People that believed in me. I had my wife and some close friends who believed in the vision and kind of pushed me forward. It's like, you can do this. Why not spread the joy?
Now he's turning out craft beer and Carolina biscuits in the heart of Lefferts Garden, Brooklyn, intentionally choosing a historically Black neighborhood to help integrate an industry with little diversity.
I wanted a place where I could be part of the community and also do a place to educate people around craft beer. Like, I feel a cold beer is something that can bring people together.
Out of the roughly 8,500 breweries in America, just about 60 are Black-owned.
My hope is we help change mindsets in the neighborhood, because the neighborhood is changing and creating unity and equity. So that's my goal, to help create equity in this community.
Gansey is striving for more than exposure and equity, but for a few teaching moments as well. Daleview's beers are named after lesser-known civil rights leaders like Jamaican activist Paul Bogle and freedom rider Diane Nash.
These are the last 3 in existence. We sold out of this.
You sold out of
yes.
Diane Nash. It's a beautiful label. And I love that on the back you actually explain for folks who might be unfamiliar. Even better than the label is what's inside them. I'm not used to learning and drinking at the same time. This is a novel concept. Oh, it's not just beer?
No, it's also biscuits.
Wow. And let me tell you, a lot of folks won't recognize this, but that's pimento cheese.
What you know about pimento cheese?
That's, Columbia, South Carolina. I grew up. I had pimento cheese 3 times a day. My grandma would say, y'all put your foot in that. That is fantastic. Chicken thigh.
Of course.
Yeah, nice. Oh boy, Al Roker's gonna love this. A taste of South Carolina, now educating Brooklyn beer drinkers, all thanks to a thoughtful present. Had your wife decided to give you a tie for Father's Day?
That'd probably be a tie maker.
Craig, you met a chef here in New York who's breaking barriers in the restaurant world.
Yeah, his name's Charlie Mitchell. He became the first black chef in this city's history to earn a prestigious Michelin star, and he's only the second black chef nationwide to earn the accolade. I stopped by Clover Hill, his restaurant in Brooklyn, to talk about that achievement and also, of course, to try some of that gourmet food that's made him a groundbreaker. The chef behind this popular Brooklyn restaurant is now being celebrated for more than fine dining. Charlie Mitchell is the first black chef in New York City to be awarded a Michelin star and just the second black executive chef in the country to achieve that honor.
I wanted to always, plant my feet here and be a serious New York City chef, so that was always a goal of mine.
And look at you now.
Yeah.
Dreams come true.
Yeah.
Mitchell was born and raised in Detroit and developed a passion for food and cooking from his grandmother.
I think the thing that stuck with me the most is she used to this whole fried fish, whole fried bass all the time when I was younger, and I think that stood out the most.
Head on?
Always.
Oh. He attended culinary school for a few months, but preferred on-the-job training instead.
I ended up Googling restaurants in the metro area, got my first real job, and in that kitchen is where I was wow, I love the way they work. I love how professional it is. I'm using ingredients I've never had, never learned about.
Years of experience in world-class restaurants like 11 Madison Park eventually led him to this quiet street in Brooklyn Heights. When Clover Hill opened 1 year ago, he became its executive chef in charge of creating the menu. Mitchell's team plates an 8-course tasting menu that regularly changes with the best seasonal foods available.
I guess it's challenging, but we're always changing something, or we're always trying to make the dish the best version of itself, right? So we may tweak it every day for 2 weeks straight if we have to get it to be a perfect dish.
That quest for perfection did not go unnoticed. When Michelin announced its starred restaurants in October, not only did Clover Hill earn a star in its first year, but Chef Mitchell picked up the award for Best Young Chef.
That was a complete surprise when they announced that, and I was just humbled,
Were you aware at the time of the historic implications?
I was not at the time. You always think so many people have come before you. You just assume that someone has already done this, this doesn't cross your mind that you may be the first or second to do really anything.
Especially here in New York City. Why do you think that's the case? Why do you think there aren't more people who look like us as executive chefs in fine dining restaurants like this?
You don't make a lot of money as a young cook, so I think a lot of times we're chasing a very different American dream. than to kind of put up with these aggressive environments that are often led by people who don't look like us.
I tasted some of the iconic dishes that earn this unique place in the food world.
I'm gonna come around and try this here, although it's almost too pretty to touch.
Including a shark fin flounder and a spicy tapioca.
But this is nice, and it's subtle.
And a Japanese mackerel.
We dry age it, we hang it a little bit, and then we finish it in a little bit of beeswax so that it retains moisture.
When people leave your restaurant, what do you want them to take away?
I want them to kind of be, excited or inspired about food. Like that's something that is very important to us.
Her name is Opal Lee. She is the grandmother of Juneteenth. Opal, she's an activist and community leader, and at 95 years old, it's proof it's never too late to create change.
I refer to myself as a little old lady in tennis shoes who gets in everybody else's business and has a damn good time doing it.
That's Opal Lee, better known around Fort Worth, Texas as Ms. Opal.
I'll see you.
But around the nation, she's recognized as a Nobel Peace Prize nominated activist and leader.
If you want something, you just have to go after it.
Born in 1926 in Marshall, Texas, some of Ms. Opal's fondest early memories are celebrating Juneteenth, the emancipation of enslaved people in the United States.
I had beautiful Juneteenth experiences when I was small. We'd go to the fairground and we'd have music and speeches and food and ball games and food and food and food.
Juneteenth combines the words June and 19th and marks the anniversary of the 1865 date the last of the enslaved received the word they were free.
Freedom is for everybody. And we're not free until we are all free.
At age 89, Ms. Opal took on freedom as her cause, fighting for Juneteenth to become a federal holiday. She began Opal's Walk to D.C., culminating in a 1,400-mile trek to the nation's capital.
Do you know we took 1,500,000 signatures to Congress? When we got the call to go to the White House, we could turn this country around.
And on June 16th of 2021, Ms. Opal stood next to President Biden as he signed a bill establishing a federal holiday for Juneteenth.
I still pinch myself. It was fabulous. I wanted to do a holy dance, but my kids say when I do that, I'm twerking, so.
While that legislation is what Ms. Opal is most widely known for, she's been quietly creating change in Texas for years, starting with her time as a teacher.
It was my responsibility to see that kids were in school. So if he needed some shoes, I bought shoes or clothes or food. And when I retired, that followed me. People still needed a place to live. They still needed food. And so I joined a food bank.
What started in Ms. Opal's kitchen grew into a community food bank, which now resides in a 39,000 square foot warehouse. Each day, it provides 600 members of the community with access to fresh food, household products, and pet supplies.
We get chicken, ground beef, a lot of fresh vegetables and fruits that's much needed. This have impacted the community for many, many years, and without it, I just don't know what we would do.
Ms. Opal's impact goes beyond the food bank.
Opal's Farm is a 5-acre urban farm in Fort Worth, Texas. We expect to feed about 25,000 people this season.
Ms. Opal's work on behalf of her community and her nation continues to inspire those around her, including her own family.
I'll put it to you this way. I am the granddaughter of the grandmother of Juneteenth. I would even venture to say that she's the grandmother to the nation. When you think about having lived 95 and seen the Depression and seen the Civil Rights Movement, and then to see the Black Lives Matter movement now, to see the first African American president, when you've got that kind of span, you develop some perspective that's unique. And I think that she's really good at expressing it.
Creating a legacy of activism, tenacity, and the courage to fight for freedom.
The fact that all these things I see need to be done, if they were done, I'd stop. But until then, I'm gonna keep on walking and keep on talking and hoping somebody will listen.
We're listening, and we are honored to have Miss Opal Lee and her granddaughter, Dion Sims, who's the founding executive director of the National Juneteenth Museum, joining us from Fort Worth, Texas. Miss Opal, I can't tell you what a thrill it is for you to see you on our air this morning. So many people they have this day off, and they're maybe watching this show, and they're saying, how should I spend this special day? What would your advice be, Miss Opal, for how people should spend this Juneteenth?
I think they should spend the special day helping somebody else. I find that when I help somebody else, all my problems seem to disappear. Now, I don't want you to think that they go into thin air, but when I'm helping somebody else, I get help for myself too. So I'm going to advise them, help somebody else.
Miss Opal, you've inspired us beyond. Dion, I know that the woman sitting next to you must mean everything, the world to you. What have you learned from her? Because I see that your life is dedicated to service too.
And that's really what has happened. I've learned from her that, you give of yourself, sometimes maybe even to your own hurt, but it's always in betterment of somebody else.
Now to our ongoing series, Changemakers, in honor of Black History Month. There's a new magazine looking to shake up the culinary world. For years, you may have seen some of the same faces on TV and in magazines, but you're about to meet a woman who is looking to add some new perspectives to the food picture. Take a look.
It's the first of its kind, For the Culture, a new magazine celebrating Black women in food and wine, and written, photographed, and illustrated all by Black women. It's the brainchild of Clancy Miller, a pastry chef turned food writer.
I worked in Paris at a bakery and a restaurant, and I loved it, but I also realized that I wanted to work outside of the restaurant. So from working in kitchens to writing about food.
When it comes to food and wine and beautiful cookbooks, there's certainly no shortage. So what made you decide that it's time for something a little bit different?
I've never seen a lot of focus on Black people in general, but specifically Black women. And I truly believe that Black women are the architects of kitchens and cuisines in this country throughout history and in many countries throughout the world. So I wanted to create a publication that would center our experiences, our expertise, and our voices in relationship to food and wine.
Inspired by a famous writer, she went to work.
There's a quote that Toni Morrison has said, which is, if there is a book that you want to read, write it. Ooh. And so this is a magazine, but I felt like this is something I want to read.
And that was just the beginning. Clancy launched a crowdfunding campaign a little over a year ago and sought submissions. That was enough to begin putting pen to paper. 35 women contributed to the first issue. Gracing the cover, culinary historian, cookbook author, and college professor Jessica B. Harris.
I want people to feel inspired to learn something more about a person they didn't know about before. If you have never made a Somalian meal, I hope you'll try one of the recipes. So I want people to feel like their curiosity is being sated.
In celebration of the magazine's release, we toasted 3 women profiled in the issue. Angela Davis, also known as the Kitchenista, is a home cook and an 8-year food blogger of the Kitchenista Diaries. Mashama Bailey is an award-winning executive chef and partner of The Gray Restaurant and The Gray Market in Savannah, Georgia. And Krista Scruggs is a Vermont farmer, winemaker, and business owner of Zaffa Wines, who provided a little tasting of it for us.
Krista, what do you think about this magazine?
Because finally having space and holding space when everyone else has but us, or that we've got to fight harder to have our voices heard.
Mashama, bring us behind the scenes to be a woman of color in the food and wine space.
I do think that it's lonely. You know, I don't think that there are many of us. And it's really been an eye-opening journey to meet people.
Angela, what would you want people to know?
My daughter's 6, and to flip through this magazine, and it was just picture after picture of Black and brown women and food, and it's all about us.
I'm looking at our boxes. We're all in different places right now. One thing is for sure, food and wine and culture, it connects us, doesn't it?
Yeah. We're here celebrating our stories, celebrating each other.
Congratulations, and here's to many more.
June 19th, 1865 is the day that more than 200,000 Black Texans found out they were free.
Yes.
2 years after the Emancipation Proclamation.
And these recipes are an homage to that.
100%.
So what are we starting with first?
So we are starting today with the Victory Chicken Burger.
All right.
This is a burger that I made inspired by historically Black colleges and universities. You know, this is the time of year when everyone is graduating.
Yes.
And you see all the photos, and now they have a burger to make.
And you went to an HBCU.
I
Clark
did.
Atlanta.
I graduated from Clark Atlanta. So Listen, this chicken salt is a must. This celery, cumin, onion powder. You mix it all in, if you can mix it in for me.
All those in there? All
yeah,
right.
and you know, in Black American culture, so many salts and sauces are passed on from generation to generation. So this is a chicken salt that I'm 100% passing along to my son.
Right. What's the verdict over there? Look at
Incredible.
Oh,
Come on.
they're loving it. Oh, they're loving it.
We like to hear that.
So, chicken burger. I approach my chicken burger just like meatloaf.
Okay.
Egg. So we're gonna put some egg right
first?
in there.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Let me tell you, the secret sauce really is the sherry vinegar. You're gonna do the sherry vinegar.
Oh, sherry vinegar. All right, we got about 2 minutes left here. Breadcrumbs?
Breadcrumbs.
All right.
And then you mix that all together, and then nice firm patty.
Okay.
In the refrigerator overnight if you can.
Oh, that's
that might be
that's the secret. How long on each side, roughly?
You know, you need about 4 minutes on each side. You bring it to the bun and dress it.
Okay.
White cheddar cheese is great. Tomato.
And lettuce and pickle. I want to make sure we get to this corn salad.
This is the most important thing. This is my favorite one. Listen, growing up, I know you're from the South.
I am.
I remember shucking corn.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Rubbing the silk.
Oh, yeah.
And so I brought some of that corn magic into this corn salad.
I love
You
that.
like that? Yeah. Corn, green beans, southern peas, if you can find them.
Southern peas.
We were trying to identify. We're like, quinoa? What is
No,
it?
southern
So good.
peas. And you mix it all together.
Just mix it all together.
All together in the bowl, and you have this beautiful summer corn, green beans,
What's the dressing?
salad.
It tastes delicious.
And last but not least, the showstopper for Juneteenth, the Devil's Food Ice Box Cake.
Icebox cake.
Oh my
So
god.
no bacon.
No bacon. You do not have to turn your oven on. Cream, chocolate wafers, and pecans.
Oh my God.
It's crazy.
Nicole, thank you. Thank you for this.
You're about to elevate your Father's Day menu with two soul-satisfying dishes.
Okay, so whatever meal you had planned, just save it for another day. All right, we got the one. This recipe is straight from the pages of Scotty Scott's cookbook. It's called Fix Me a Plate. Scotty, so this is the meal. There's one meal for Father's Day, and you have found it.
This is it. This is it. Because
Okay.
you've got steak, which all dads love, and then you're going to fry it. So that's just...
That's the second thing we
You
love.
and I are both from Texas.
Yes.
Chicken fried steak is a Texas. I know they eat it in
staple.
other places,
Yeah.
but it's
Yeah.
a Texas thing.
It's a Texas thing. It originated in Texas. Kind of a spin on schnitzel, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's a way to go through it.
What do you do first?
All right, so you got your steak here. A lot of times you're going to have it pounded, but we're going to give it a little
What cut of steak is
little
that?
beat up. Normally going into the supermarket, it's going to be a cube steak.
Cube,
all right?
okay.
And to take that, and then so first we've got a little garlic powder, onion powder, cayenne, a little bit of salt.
Just regular old flour you're putting it in?
Regular old AP, as they call it, all-purpose.
Yeah,
a little bit
AP.
of black pepper, give it a little fancy dancy.
Okay.
All right. Whisk that around just a little bit.
Yeah.
Then normally I'd use some tongs, but I'm just gonna grab it there.
No, yeah, go for it.
So put your
You don't
steak
put
in
the
there.
eggs first?
Nope, we're gonna.
I'm gonna do that.
Easy.
Okay.
First, you're gonna do like that in the flour. Then we're gonna add some milk
to
our eggs.
Is that just like 2% or whole, or what do you use?
I like whole, because, you know, we're going to whole deliciousness going on with this thing here. And so I would also add some seasoning to this wash just to give it, you know, that much depth of flavor.
Okay.
Once you got that, you're going to flour it.
And then
give it a dip, a nice little bath.
Yeah,
Steak,
bathe
a nice little
bathe
bath.
that steak.
And then bathe that baby.
And
then
flour
back
it
and
in
then back,
again.
back
That's
in
what
the
I was
flour.
And is that what
Yes.
this is, Scotty Scott?
That's what that is. That's ready to go. You're gonna drop it in hot grease.
Yes, she's.
Drop it like it's hot.
And how much?
I love this.
Gotta use.
This
Okay,
is the best.
ready? Go.
Yeah.
Oh, baby.
Oh, that sizzle. That's what you want to hear. That sizzle.
Scotty, how long do you cook that for,
So
Scotty
it's gonna cook
Scott?
about 2 minutes each side, so it's just nice and golden brown because it's
Look at
chicken
that.
fried. It want to
Look
look
at
like
that.
fried chicken. You know what I mean?
Yes, that
Except
looks
it's a
real
steak.
good. Okay.
All right, now get over here. You're gonna make us a little gravy.
Now, gravy. This is where the magic happens, all right? So
Okay.
we've got our butter already melted here, all right? Add in our flour. And you're going to whisk that till it comes together,
Oh, you want it?
all right? And once your flour and butter comes together, you're going to add in the milk.
Okay.
Slowly, slowly, so you don't splatter. And onto that, you're going to add in some salt.
Okay.
A little razzle-dazzle with it. And pepper. Because you want it to be kind of heavy on the pepper to get through all
I'm
that.
gonna flip. This
That's good,
one.
right?
Oh my God, it's sick.
Yeah. Add that in like that. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh, that's coming along nicely. And the pepper, and then just mix it together. Let that cook for about 2 to 3 minutes. Oh my gosh! To thicken up a little bit.
Oh my, it's delicious.
I mean, this is the perfect Father's Day meal. And then you brought us a little cherry on the top. That is some red velvet cake.
Red velvet cake. It's one of my favorite things to make because it's like a science experiment. It's not strawberry, it's not chocolate, but the combination of the vinegar and buttermilk and cocoa powder is going to make it turn red. So it's one of those things you can also teach your kids, a little science experiment while you're making something delicious.
Scotty Scott, we adore you.
You're welcome here anytime.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Headtoday.com/food.
Joy Bauer has 2 special pizza recipes. I'm so glad that we're making pizza, and I'm going to do 2 sort of out-of-the-box unique spins, and I'm really hoping that you guys are going to love them as much as we do in my house. And in fact, I have a peanut gallery of kids waiting for me to finish the segment so they could devour everything that we're about to make. So the first one is a BLT pizza. And you said it before, Jill. Yeah, it's Father's Day. We are including bacon in this one. And it starts with a crust. And so there are a lot of options when it comes to the crust. I bought a ready-made crust that was shelf-stable in the bread section of my market, but you can also pick them up frozen. And the nice part is they come regular, standard white flour. They come in whole grain. They also come gluten-free if you're interested. You can also get the dough, so you could play pizza man yourself and you could actually make the pizza, and that comes in the refrigerator section and also the freezer section. Or you could Google around and you could make your own from scratch. And I'll provide all of these different pizza crust variations on Instagram and Facebook after the segment. So we have this here, and you're going to layer it with your sliced tomatoes. And I used about 2 to 3 tomatoes for this one. You want it to go all the way around your pizza crust. Then I mixed it with a little bit of olive oil spray, and I put it in the oven with just the tomatoes, 450 degrees for about 10 minutes. And what happens is, look at this. The tomatoes will roast and slightly caramelize, and it bakes right into that crust. And now you're ready for the layering. So you can't even imagine how easy this recipe is. So in the spirit of BLT, for the lettuce, I have shredded romaine. The reason I like romaine is because it adds a really nice crisp to each and every bite, but really you could use whatever lettuce you have in the fridge or whatever's on sale. And I'm using turkey bacon. I cooked it and I cut it into 1-inch pieces, but you guys are the boss of your bacon because it is Father's Day. So you can put whatever bacon you'd like on top. And just to take this over the top, next level, I show you how to do a do-it-yourself. Look at this creamy, dreamy ranch dressing. And the cool thing about this ranch dressing, if you could imagine, it's 8 calories per tablespoon, so be very heavy-handed. You could dollop some on top, and it gives it that luxurious deliciousness with every single bite. And we're not done yet, because last but not least, I am drizzling balsamic glaze right over the top. And I'm telling you, it's like that restaurant pizza that you can't get enough of. It's a slice of heaven. Really, really great.
What about breakfast, Joy?
Okay, I'm taking you over to my stove now, and we are going to make a breakfast pizza. Again, that is so crazy simple. So here I have my skillet, and I have a lot of nonstick oil spray on top, and I'm putting in 2 eggs and making sure that those eggs spread the surface of the skillet. Now you take a tortilla, you put the tortilla on top, and let it sit over medium heat for about 2 minutes, because you want the eggs to firm and cook right into that tortilla. Now for the fun part. You're going to take it, you flip it over, and you add your sauce. You're going to put on some cheese, and I'm going to bring you back over to my island because I have the finished pizza right here. And look at this. It's so cute because you can cut it. And you can actually have little pizzas. And I put on top, that's poultry sausage. So again, you just get that hearty, meaty, delicious bite.
All right.
Because
hey,
you
Joy,
guys deserve it.
Is Ian there? Can he pop in so we can wish him happy Father's Day?
Ian's always behind the camera, but for you.
Hey, Ian! Happy Father's Day!
Happy Father's Day!
Happy Father's Day!
Aww. He's a great. Bye-bye, guys.
He's
a great guy and a great photographer.
Chef Dale Talde, he's host of Tastemade's hit series, All Up in My Grill. He's a new dad himself, which is even cool.
Happy Father's Day.
That's right.
Thank you.
We're excited about this because you're making a meatball banh mi, right?
We are, and you know what? For Mother's Day, moms get brunch at the Ritz, and dads get meatball sandwiches.
That's fair.
Yeah, no, it's very fair for what they do. So, you know, my meatball sandwich starts with a little bit of an unconventional ingredient, eggplant.
Now, what kind of eggplant is that? That's not the usual one.
We're using a Japanese eggplant here. We like to use, it's a little less bitter, but what we like to do is we take this eggplant, we roast it like this, we take kind of all the insides out, we mash it up just like this.
Now, if you can't get the Japanese, can you use?
Yes, of course, you could use a traditional Italian eggplant. And what we do is we add it into our meatball mix. Instead of adding so much bread to kind of bind it, we're using a little bit of eggplant, and it adds flavor, and you're getting vegetables in. So
What kind of ground are you using?
Yeah, so the meat we're using here is beef and pork. So to this mix, we have the eggplant. It's almost 50-50. We're going to grate some onions, which I love to do. Add some moisture.
Why grate instead of chop?
I like the you're drawing out the moisture in the onion.
Okay.
So same with
and
the carrot.
texture's better when you bite into it.
And then it's kind of all combined. Right. So we're gonna put a little jalapeno, garlic, some ginger because this is a banh mi, right? And a little Asian Vietnamese flavoring to this.
What makes it banh mi, by the way, for folks who aren't familiar with?
So for me, a banh mi, and it's the pickles, right? The pickles that you add in banh mi, and I know this is a controversial thing. People don't love it. I love chicken liver in my banh mi. So that's what I put in my banh mi.
Okay.
We had a little egg and some sugar here. We combine all this together and we kind of get these two
So curious. What it's gonna taste like. Okay.
So we have, traditionally meatballs bake and then cook inside the sauce, right? What we're gonna do here is, for at home, if you have a grill, put these meatballs on a baking pan, put it on a dual side grill, one that has hot and one that has medium, and bake these and then get them on the grill. A really great tip is if you can't do that, and if you don't want to be on a grill all day for Father's Day, get these done ahead of time. Bake them off and then just get them onto the grill.
What is that? A little crisp. Gives it a little.
Yeah, well, it holds them together, right? And then when you get them on the grill, they can pick up that beautiful, char flavor that we all love about grilled foods.
Okay.
And then
what is that?
And then for me, you can't have banh mi without a little sriracha. Sriracha, honey, fish sauce.
So it's
sweet, spicy, a little savory, and then butter, right? Everyone loves that. So we're gonna assemble these here, right?
Now I notice you hollow out the bread.
That is my move for most sandwiches.
Really?
I always gut the sandwich.
Oh.
And,
because otherwise it just squishes the meatball out.
I think you don't really get to taste as much of the inside, right? The flavors of the sandwich if there's so much bread.
Okay,
right?
so that's the chicken liver.
So this is a chicken liver. I always really spread.
Did I just say chicken liver?
Nice, you did. It's a little bit of it's a thin layer.
It's like potato.
I'm glad you
And
told
what's
me
the sauce?
I know, right?
So the sauce here kind of reinforcing that flavor of sriracha. It's sriracha and mayonnaise. I think people love that when they're
I do
eating a
that.
banh mi.
And I put a little evaporated condensed sweetened milk in there to mix it.
That's a really, really great move.
Oh, look at that. Okay.
So then
it's like a little meatball boat.
Yeah.
And then they rest inside of it really nicely, right?
Yeah, they do.
Now, are these pickled veggies?
Yes. So we have daikon.
How did you pickle them?
Just a little rice wine vinegar, sugar, and some salt. So it's daikon and carrots. This is kind of that classic banh mi flavor that you're looking
bite
for.
too. I like that.
Yeah, a little spice to it.
This is really good. Are those pickled too, or are those just
No,
cucumbers?
this is just fresh cucumber. And what I love, this is to me one of my this is like top 3 sandwiches: banh mi, chicken parm, Reuben.
Ooh.
This is like
those are 3 really good choices.
I would love someone to kind of challenge me for a better sandwich.
Those check off a lot of boxes.
Chef,
this is
thank you.
delicious.
Thank you.
Thank you so much,
Father's
guys.
Day, by the way.
And to everyone
Father's
here,
Day.
there's a father.
For this recipe, by the way, it's today.com/food.
Today, nutritionist Joy Bauer has a recipe for the dads, just in time for Father's Day, chicken bruschetta. Joy, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Just when I
Welcome
thought
to my backyard.
I know.
Excuse
just when
me.
I thought the inside of your house couldn't get more gorgeous, you take us to the outside. So we're loving the view.
Well, I'm hoping you guys are going to come over for a pool party. And now that we have a food juggler in our presence, I want to see.
I can't do it with tomato bits. I noticed the tomato bits, they're a little small for the juggling. But I do want to jump in. You're starting with the bruschetta first. What are you mixing all together there, Joy?
Okay, so basically what we're doing is we're taking a beloved classic appetizer and we're transforming it into a mouth-watering entree. It's basically bruschetta topped on a tender, juicy, protein-packed piece of chicken smothered in ooey-gooey mozzarella.
Ooh.
So the do-it-yourself homemade bruschetta is so crazy easy, guys. The whole entire recipe comes together in less than 15 minutes once you have everything laid out. So this is 5 chopped up Roma tomatoes. You could use any tomatoes. I like to use this type. They're also called plum tomatoes because they tend to be a little less liquidy and more firm.
Perfect for
But again,
juggling.
you can use
Perfect for juggling.
You're so right. Look at this. It's really perfect. So now we're adding half a cup of finely chopped red onion. It's going to give it a nice vibrant pop of color, and of course aromatic basil. This is minced 1/4 cup of fresh basil. And I have a bunch of seasonings. We have some garlic, a little bit of salt, a little bit of pepper. And before we mix it up, I'm just adding 2 tablespoons of EVOO, extra virgin olive oil,
Nice.
and
Ooh.
1 tablespoon of a balsamic vinegar. And let me show you how easy this is. It's so delicious. I'm making a great big batch. Truth be told, you're going to have some left over, but trust me, you're going to be very happy. You can eat it on the side, or you could stash it in the fridge. And then the next morning, I like to throw it in my scrambled eggs or an
Oh, that's a
omelet.
really good idea. So once that's all mixed together, instead of putting it on, traditional bread, you're going to make it healthier with some chicken breast.
Right. So now it's going to be low carb, low in calories, and packed with protein. So I have 4 thin chicken breasts. I'm just going to mist it with some olive oil, season it up with some Italian seasoning right over here, a little bit of salt. And because they're so thin, I put it on the grill. Follow me over to the grill. I'm going to put it on the grill for just 2 to 3 minutes on each side. And you see I have some that are already cooking. When I flipped it over, I melted some mozzarella cheese. I'm actually going to jump over to those pieces so I can top it for you.
So what do you put on there, Jill? Well, eventually you get the bruschetta. I have a half Italian wife, so I'm allowed to say bruschetta. You put the cheese on there to bring it all together. Is that the idea?
Yes. So here, I melted a little bit of mozzarella cheese, and again, it's eater's choice. You can leave it without the cheese if you want, and then you just top it with your bruschetta or bruschetta.
Respect, thank you.
And I think I've been saying it wrong my whole entire life.
I have too.
And
I just say how they say it at the Olive Garden.
this. And Father's Day dinner is
Wow.
served.
So if you're looking for a meal that's sure to impress your dad, get your grill ready because we've got just what you need.
Darnell Ferguson is the chef and owner of Super Chef Restaurants. He's also the very proud dad of 8 kids, some of whom are joining him this morning. Darnell, thanks for having us. First of all, do us a favor, introduce us to the kids that are there, and then tell us what you love, why you love cooking with them so much.
All right, so we have Legend Ali right here. You want to say hi?
Legend.
We got Nelly, who just eats, he doesn't cook. We got Lamaya, Lola, Trinity, my wife Tatata, and Nori the baby right over here.
Wow.
And as you can tell, Legend, who's a chef, likes to walk away. But yeah, so today we're going to be doing some grilled corn. I got Legend, who is growing up to be a chef, right? We got our chimichurri shrimp right here. Ooh. This was supposed to be something that's super easy that the kids can do and the fathers can kind of sit down, but it's a little better than like hot dogs.
Right.
There you go. He wants to try.
Darnell, what is it about this recipe that you like, especially for Father's Day?
Well, it's creative. It's easy as ever. So it doesn't take a long time to prep. And it's something you can trust the kids. See, he's just playing around. It's something you can trust the kids to do without actually like getting hurt. It's a very easy dish, fun, and it's different, man. This Father's Day, we got to turn it up, man. After COVID, fathers need a special treat because we had to be home with those kids 24/7.
Amen.
So you know we're doing something special now.
And you know you have
so
8 kids when you're
here with the chimichurri.
You know you've got 8 kids when you're letting one of them just,
Yes.
Based right on the grill there. I noticed the corn has the husk on. Did you? I mean, how does it cook? Do you keep the husk on and then peel it back?
Yeah, so we soaked the corn for 24 hours in water, cooked it with the husk on, then took the husk off of it, and I actually got the grill marks that I wanted on there. And then we'll take it over to the table, and I'll let the girls show you how to make it to some really good street corn over here. So Trinity is going. Yes.
Why soak it for 24 hours? What does that do to it?
You don't want the husk to burn up on you. You can go ahead and start, girls. You don't want that husk to burn up on you. So we're putting a little garlic aioli on top of the corn now. You go ahead, Maya. We got a little smoked paprika going on. Legend. There's a cheese.
Maya's got a heavy hand.
There's a cheese.
What kind of cheese is that?
This is Parmesan. Usually you'll see Cottiga, but I want a little more flavor, so we got a little Parmesan cheese. Lola's putting some cilantro on there for me right now. And then this is the star of the show, the candy bacon. Oh. Every father loves bacon. You know, that is it. You want to go ahead and put some tomatoes on top, girls?
It's Roker's favorite food there.
Just throw them on there. There you go. Throw them on top of the shrimp.
It's just hands and toppings all over the place.
They work so well together, too, your kids.
It is something they can all do. Darnell, how long did that shrimp barbecue for?
Well, you cook the shrimp on each side for about 5 minutes on the grill. We got the chimichurri sauce, which is the cilantro, the parsley, the habaneros, and everything just blended up. It's very simple. Season it, cook it on both sides. You just want to baste it inside of the chimichurri sauce. And then it's the street corn. Really fun, easy, something the kids can't mess up. You know, I like a little more garlic aioli, if you ask me, so I could just go right back on there. Yep. Put a little more on top of there. There you go. He wants to try. Legend.
Darnell, do any of your kids jump off that waterfall into the pool?
Oh, yes. They're so anxious to get in the pool right now. So that's half the issue we have of containing them, but they see water. So
this is a great snapshot of Father's Day.
Oh, yeah. Right yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
Yes.
Well,
so like you say, this is the easy thing to do for Father's Day. And it's something different. It's not just hot dogs and hamburgers, you know.
Well, of course it's easy for you, Darnell. Look at how many helpers you have.
He doesn't have to do any work.
Yeah.
Out of free labor.
Crew here, man. Full-time crew working.
You wear it well, man. You work hard. Just grill and chill. Darnell, thanks so much. Happy Father's Day to you.
guys, so I know some of Al and Craig's favorites include a ribeye steak, some vegetables, mac and cheese. So I wanted to take all of those and just put a really nice easy spin on them and make them really family friendly. Let's start with the steak, which I'm gonna marinate and then you grill or you can sear, totally up to you. And we're gonna top it on a beautiful Cobb salad. It makes it go really far. So let's talk steak. I've got a boneless ribeye here. Now, if you were serving just 1 or 2 people and you want to do something really special, you could do a bone in. But when we're trying to feed a family, you get more bang for your buck if you're doing it boneless because you buy it by the pound, you know? So let's get going on the marinade. It's really important that the marinade and your steak are in a container that's small enough so that the steak is sort of surrounded in the marinade and not that the marinade is sort of all over the place so much that the steak isn't even touching it. You need soy sauce and olive oil, light soy, Worcestershire sauce, a little vinegar, a little steak seasoning, including some salt and pepper. And then you need some onion and some garlic. You're gonna take this mixture, right? You're gonna smoosh it around. And then you're gonna take your steak, okay? And you're gonna just add that in there. You see how it's literally sitting on the marinade? You're gonna leave it like this for about 6 to 8 hours. Halfway through, you're gonna come in and you're gonna flip the steak. Make sure you cover it. Flip it so that it's coating the other side and it's gonna be the most succulent and delicious steak ever. So I already have one ready because I can't take you outside grilling. I know it's rough, but imagine you take that steak and you grill it to perfection, and I'll show you what it looks like because you're gonna absolutely love it. It looks a little something like this. You're gonna take your steak. I'm gonna take a cutting board. If you hear that, that's my little Chachi, that's my little baby. She's not so little anymore, but you know, I like mine a little bit more on the medium rare side, but you can cook it as much or as little as you want. And then we're gonna use this to top our beautiful salad. Let me show you over here what our salad looks like, okay? I've got your usual suspects for a Cobb salad: avocado, soft-boiled egg. I've got some bacon, some onion, tomatoes. And now what I've done is I went ahead and grilled some delicious asparagus and some beautiful Brussels sprouts, just olive oil, salt and pepper, a little bit of garlic. Then you take your steak, you're gonna top that right on top. And then instead of doing croutons, I went ahead and roasted some baby, like tiny pieces of potato. It gives you texture, it gives you crunch, it absorbs some of the dressing. Now for the dressing, I went ahead and made a really beautiful green goddess dressing. It's super simple and easy. Dipped my fingers in that. The ingredients for that are simple: mayo, lemon, garlic, onion, a little bit of parsley, tarragon, and a couple pieces of anchovies. You blend those in a blender, you have a gorgeous green goddess dressing to go with that. Let's go ahead and make the pasta pie. You've got some cooked pasta, any cooked pasta of your choice. I lost my fork, hold on, here it is. Any pasta of your choice, already cooked, right? You're gonna, to that, you're gonna add eggs, 6 eggs, and about a half a cup of whole milk. I'm gonna add some shredded Monterey Jack and cheddar blend, Parmigiano, and some cooked bacon. You're gonna mix that all together. Then what you do is you take this mixture, you're gonna go to the stove. I got a boss over here. You're gonna go to the stove and you're gonna add this mixture in an oven-proof, like 9.5-inch pan that's been oiled. And you're gonna add that in there, let it cook for about a minute. And then you transfer this in a 400-degree oven for 20 minutes until it looks a little something like this. And it is absolutely divine. In an Italian household, we love pasta pie. We love it cold, hot, out of the fridge, you name it. And for dessert, which I'm gonna show you on the gram, I went ahead and made a strawberry shortcake ice cream cake. So that's everything. It's a real feast, and I know you're gonna love it.
Ah, pizza. The golden crust, the tangy sauce, and that ooey gooey cheese. It's no surprise that this divine creation is one of America's most popular foods. But in the countless pizzerias I've been to, it's still pretty rare to see a woman tossing dough or tending a giant oven. I'm Elena Besser. I'm a professional chef, recipe developer, and content creator, so I'm constantly curious about who is making my meals. Now I'm heading out to meet the women breaking barriers in the pizza world today and creating more space for everyone at the table. Mankind has been eating flatbreads for centuries, but the modern pizza was invented in Naples, Italy. It was popular among the working class who needed meals that were quick and cheap. When Queen Margherita of Savoy visited Naples in the late 1800s, Chef Raphael Esposito served her a pie inspired by Italy's national colors. The Queen's approval turned this humble street food into a royal favorite. So you could say it was a woman who really put pizza on the world map.
I think the love from pizza is something I always say, I think it's my blood.
Georgia Capruccio owns Manhattan's Don Antonio, known for its classic Neapolitan pies. While New York City has thousands of pizzerias, very few are actually owned by women.
What do your guests say when they walk into the restaurant and they see a woman standing at the pizza oven making their pizza?
So some of the people are really, I can see from the face, the surprise. And they bring the kids, they bring their daughter to have, pizza, and it's super fun.
Georgia is one of only 2 women to ever win one of Italy's largest pizza competitions, a feat she accomplished at just 21 years old. Her victory surprised everyone, including Georgia herself.
It was crazy. My father signed for me.
Wait, so he signed you up to compete in this competition and you had no idea?
No idea. Zero idea. 5 minutes before the competition started, he came to me and said, oh, by the way, I signed up for you.
Georgia placed first in the classic pizza category, cementing her love for the craft and giving her shop a major boost.
I never imagined that I can win. I was super happy. That moment, it was unique because I remember feel free, feel super light.
Growing up on a dairy farm in Terracina, Italy, Georgia's love for pizza started early.
Tell me some of your earliest food memories.
So my grandmother, for example, she was making pizza for me every Sunday with just tomato sauce and oregano, so really simple.
So that's true grandma style pizza from grandma herself.
Georgia's grandmother may have introduced her to pizza, but it was her father, Roberto Capruccio, that made it a true family obsession. Roberto left his family and moved to Naples to study the art of pizza making. Georgia was just 8 years old, so she rarely saw him growing up. By the early 2000s, Roberto's culinary chops brought him to the US. His restaurant, Keste, is touted as serving some of the best pizza in New York City.
Did you ever think that you would end up in food one day?
Never. Also, when I first arrived over here, I come in New York for learn English and never imagined. So the only option for me to know my father or to understand what he was doing is stay with him. This is why I started to make pizza.
So Georgia moved to the States to reconnect with her father. Georgia was the only woman assembling pies in the kitchen, so she was motivated to prove she belonged.
And also everybody, all the co-workers was making fun of me because I don't know how to make pizza, I don't cook at home.
So you're like, I'll show you.
She shadowed her father for 3 years, but Roberto wanted his daughter to train harder. He sent her to Naples to study with his former mentor. She was the only female apprentice in her class.
What were the responses from the other people that were learning alongside you, those men?
So they don't feel that I can I can be successful or I can be reach a high level of be a pizza maker, because they say, oh, one day you have kids, so you stay home.
Did you ever respond to them or did you just ignore them?
I ignore. My pizza is my business card.
Georgia returned to the US with a renewed determination to make pizza her profession. She opened Don Antonio with her father in 2012.
When did you have that spark where you realized, oh my goodness, this is what I'm gonna do for my career?
When I opened Don Antonio. And I was really in charge of everything in the kitchen. But in that moment, I say, I need to be the best.
There's this term going around right now called Nepo baby, where it's the concept of nepotism. But you have really taken time to learn the craft and do the work to prove yourself. So do you feel like you've been able to move outside of your dad's shadow?
Not yet.
Georgia says customers are still surprised that she's running the shop these days, not her famous father.
I never saw a lot daughter follow, pizza maker, father pizza maker.
After working 13-hour days for nearly a decade, she's had to take a step back with her first child on the way.
Working in a kitchen, I can speak from experience, it is incredibly physically demanding. So how have you had to adapt as you've seen your body change?
So I changed completely. I need to change completely. So before I was really strong. I don't need to eat, I don't need to sleep a lot.
Today, 10% of people working in the food and hospitality industries have access to some type of parental leave. Georgia is keenly aware she's in a unique position.
I'm really lucky because I can organize myself in my job. The other woman cannot.
Right, you're the boss, so you can call the shots, and that actually works to your advantage.
Yes.
At Don Antonio, I was ready to see this boss get to work. Italy, just like the US, is home to many different regional styles of pizza. Georgia specializes in Neapolitan pizza, which is prized for its simplicity and high-quality ingredients. The dough, the tomatoes, the types of cheese, and the techniques are all strictly regulated by two associations based in Naples. Georgia used to train chefs with the Associazione Pizzaioli Napoletani, so I was ready to learn from a true pizzaiola.
What is the first step?
So we start with the tomato.
Neapolitan pizzas must be topped with tomatoes grown close to Naples.
So basically I crush like that.
Ooh, that must feel nice.
Yes.
The base of the dough uses water, fresh yeast, salt, and imported 00 flour, which refers to its super fine grind. This dough has been fermenting for a full day.
So you can see the bubbling.
Nice.
So Neapolitan pizza, the characteristic is the bubble crust.
The dough is cut and shaped into little balls, which rest for another 5 hours.
Now we need to start to make the pizza. This is semolina. See the...
Look at the bubbles, it's alive.
So now what Neapolitan pizza maker do is like just push the air.
Okay. Oh wow, and you can see all of that air is pushing out to create that crust.
Can I try? Yeah.
It feels so fluffy.
After the dough is stretched, it's time for the toppings. First up, the tomato sauce.
So 1 exactly spoon. Now we put basil, pecorino.
Okay, and that's a little saltier than traditional Parmesan.
The pizza is finished with a hefty handful of mozzarella and a generous drizzle of fruity extra virgin olive oil. Then it's ready for the oven.
And that's it.
I love it.
Ready to go.
To the oven.
The key to a stellar Neapolitan pizza is an incredibly hot wood-burning oven. This one, brought over from Italy, burns at a scorching 900 degrees, so it only takes 2 minutes for the pies to cook.
There we go.
Wow.
This is your pizza.
This is stunning.
God.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Oh my goodness. Wow.
This is the crust that you want on the bottom. Like thin, but you have the crunchy also.
I cannot handle how much flavor is in such simplicity. I am in heaven.
At Don Antonio in New York City, I couldn't wait to try Georgia's award-winning Montanara, a fried pizza.
Fried pizza is one of the oldest pizza. It was invented and created in Naples. And you
No
can find
way.
It. Yes.
Wow, I had no idea.
So if you see the movie with the Sofia Loren, The Gold of Naples,
Okay.
she was fried on the street.
Women are tied to fried pizza. Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
Yes, so the women in Naples try to help and sustain a family. They was
Right.
really poor family.
mhm.
So they start to fry and sell on the street. The
Okay,
pizza.
amazing. So it really all started with the women. Let's not
Yes.
forget that.
Yes.
Georgia fries the same traditional dough to a golden brown. Then she tops it with tomato sauce, pecorino, basil, and smoked buffalo mozzarella. To get that gooey melted cheese, she finishes the pie in the oven for less than a minute.
Wow, it looks so puffy. It almost looks like focaccia.
It's the most delicious and simple.
You get that crispy crust on the outside, but you're still getting such a doughy, light, fluffy center.
You need to try at least one time in your life.
Absolutely, are you kidding? I had no idea that this exists.
Despite her success, Georgia knows there's still a long way to go when it comes to representation in the pizza world. In 2019, she helped co-found Women in Pizza, an organization that helps support and connect chefs, restaurant owners, and food entrepreneurs. Two of Georgia's closest friends from the group stopped by Don Antonio.
The friendship that we create is more really tight, much deep friendship that you can create in the pizza world.
Alexandra Mortati was inspired to start the group after talking to many women in the restaurant world with shared experiences.
Alexandra, you've talked about how women are often hidden in pizza shops. Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
Yeah, I think a lot of times women get slotted into roles that people think they're best fit for. Because you're a woman, maybe you seem more nurturing, they want to put you in management. Or maybe you're really good with people, they want to put you as the hostess or somewhere in the front. But what you might be interested in is making the pizza. And you have to fight a lot harder for them to give you that space to prove yourself.
Nicole Russell, a pizza maker who hosts the show Pizza Wars, agrees.
Women just have different challenges and different barriers to entry than the average guy. And it's like, you know, one thing about being in Women in Pizza is that a lot of times when we do the show demos, I'll be the only woman with all the guys. And they're just so dominant and like, you know, we're also passionate about making pizza, you know? And we all can't wait to just make the pizza. But sometimes you just gotta, get out the way. You know what I mean? So I think it's important that, you know, you always hear about a grandma slice, but actually you see a grandma representation. Yeah. Like you hear the grandma slice, but where's the grandma?
Where is the grandma?
Right,
Yeah.
right. Nona's at home, right? Well, bring Nona out.
Yes.
So that's what Women in Pizza is kind of about. All love, but just showcasing more, you know, how much women are a force in this industry.
And I think now there's a lot more room where men are mentoring younger women and women are mentoring younger women and empowering them. And it wouldn't be possible without women like Georgia and Nicole.
Cheers, ladies.
Cheers. Cheers.
Cheers.
Cheers. Pizza. Women in Pizza.
Yeah, to Women in Pizza.
Where I live in the Big Apple, there are plenty of incredible pizza restaurants with pretty much every type of slice you can imagine. But there's a surprising place down south where folks are really flipping out for something special.
I want to be throwing dough. I want to be covered in flour and pizza sauce. It's kind of like my serenity.
Welcome to Tulsa, Oklahoma, where the famed Route 66 runs right into the historic downtown. This city is known for its Art Deco buildings and world-class museums dedicated to music legends Woody Guthrie and Bob Dylan. But unlike many visitors, I'm not here to dive into memorabilia. I'm here to meet Tara Hadden, a rising star on the national pizza scene.
Oh my gosh, it's so great to finally meet you.
Yeah.
I'm obsessed with the door, master of this domain, Tara Hadden. That's epic. I love it. Look at this beautiful restaurant.
So we're just kind of a late 80s, early 90s themed pizzeria.
That's what we love. As a 90s baby, I'm all here for it. And you're a 90s baby as well.
Barely.
Barely.
At 26 years old, Tara already owns 2 locations of Zaza's Pizza and Wings, a brand she founded. The name is a nod to the infamous Joey Zaza from The Godfather Part 3. Here, Tara is putting her own spin on a classic pizza shop with some very non-traditional offerings.
So these are all of our slice pies. We'll usually keep like the basics and stuff that people come in to try, like of course pepperoni, cheese,
Right.
sausage. And then we kind of have some of our weird stuff going on, of course.
Pickles.
Our pickle pie. And believe it or not, it's one of our best-selling pizzas.
No way.
Tara started working in pizza when she was 16, honing her skills at local pizzerias before meeting her mentor Mike Bausch of Andolini's Pizza, a small pizza empire in Tulsa.
Mike and his brother were in and out of the restaurants all the time, and he came in and he saw me throwing dough, and every time he came in, that's what he saw me doing. So he was like, "You're good at this, aren't you?" I'm like, "Mm."
Good was an understatement. Mike recognized that Tara had a natural talent for throwing dough, so he started teaching her some basic acrobatic tricks. Yup, this is a real sport. Professional pizza acrobats spin, toss, and twirl dough at competitions around the world. During 3 to 5 minute choreographed routines, they're judged on the number of tricks they perform and their difficulty. One of the most well-known pizza competitions is the Pizza Games at Las Vegas's Pizza Expo, where pros from around the globe gather each spring. This year, Tara is competing in her 5th games. As usual, she'll be one of the only female competitors.
How did you even learn what pizza throwing was?
I saw this guy that I worked with at like my first ever pizzeria kind of doing it, and they had told me about Pizza Expo, and at that time it was just like a dream to go to Pizza Expo.
Tara has come a long way since a disappointing last place finish at her first Pizza Games. Reflecting on that time, she says her head and heart were elsewhere, grieving the loss of her mother, the woman who sparked her love for cooking as a child.
I just kind of fell into like making food and stuff at home with my mom. Her, my grandma, long line of like women who cook and making recipes, and that was kind of what we would leave like down to our kids, but it's just cookbooks.
When Tara returned to Vegas the following year, she had a new purpose.
I made the reason I was going there worth everything that I kind of put into it. When I placed first in the preliminaries, it was such like a powerful moment. It actually fell on the anniversary of when she had passed away. So I was like, oh my gosh, like this is because of you, like you helped me, yeah. And it was kind of at that moment where I was like, everything is like paid off.
When Tara's not wowing crowds, she's busy making some of Tulsa's most unique pizzas. So we headed to her prep kitchen where 500 pounds of dough gets made into over 1,000 pies every day.
So our dough, we're gonna start with a local milled flour. And then we of course got our yeast, salt, and olive oil.
Great.
Best way to kind of start dough is by activating the yeast.
Okay.
So we usually activate it in some hot water, warm water, like 101 is usually ideal.
It's gonna smell really nice in here very soon.
Yes.
So give it a whisk. Great.
And then once we kind of wake the yeast up in here, we're gonna put it to sleep in some ice water.
Your turn. It's cold.
That's how you check your pain tolerance.
Yeah, exactly. You know? It's funny that the whole point of this is to put the yeast to sleep when I'm feeling
More awake than ever with how cold this is on my fingers.
Now this is pretty bubbly, so we got a nice little foamy layer in there. And then we'll just throw this in with our flour. We already got some dough that's been mixing this morning.
The dough Tara uses for tricks doesn't have any yeast, so it stays dense like Play-Doh. Back at Zaza's, it was time to learn some tossing tricks with a few new friends.
Good job, guys.
Each month, Tara holds a pizza making and throwing class for kids and parents at her shop. I'm a little older than her typical student, but I could not wait to join in on the fun.
We're gonna take it across our body.
Okay.
And then throw it up. And then throw it up in the air. Yeah, just like that. 1, 2, 3. I just kind of spin it like on my finger, like my knuckles almost.
Okay. Well, you have to get it going first.
Yeah.
Right?
The best trick I show people that's pretty easy is throwing it behind your shoulder.
Okay,
if
show me
you
that.
put your arm out, you know, like you're a little teapot, short and stout, you know, and then you just look that way and throw it.
It's like doing a cartwheel. It's not. Around the shoulder. Just like effortless. She's effortless. She's a world champion.
With the competition in Vegas fast approaching, I joined Tara and her mentor Mike for a practice session.
Pleasure to meet you.
Mike, you're the whole reason why Tara got into this, so can you tell us a little bit about that?
Well, I'm a dork for pizza, and her dorkage has just latched on to us, and it's exciting. It's about the love of pizza making, and this is a representation of that.
So are we gonna get a chance to see the full routine right now?
I mean, I guess we can do it.
Oh my gosh.
Tara uses silicone doughs to practice. They create the feel of acrobatic pizza dough without the floury mess.
Transitioning from hand to hand is what will give her more points.
Okay.
And then going behind the back seamlessly. Some people will really lean into one trick and try and make it last 30 seconds.
Okay.
She's going a trick per second.
Oh.
There it is.
Okay,
That's the Tara classic. That's her signature move.
Unbelievable.
All right, girl. There you go.
Here at Zaza's Pizza in Tulsa, pizza acrobat Tara Hatton is making waves with her signature moves and unique pies. I couldn't wait to make one of her fan favorites, a chicken and waffle pizza.
So you're essentially taking the Zaza's pizza and wings and you're creating a child with them of chicken and waffle pizza.
Yes, they are all my precious pizza babies.
We love.
This pizza uses a blend of margarine and butter as a base on top of olive oil.
So this doesn't have a sauce on it, does it?
No, it's just gonna be like the oil and the butter.
Okay,
The
sick.
olive oil is just gonna be like a sheen to protect the dough itself. And then the butter will kind of melt and create these little soup pools that'll be perfect for when we put our waffles on. And it'll just like soak up all that butter.
Baby is
It's gonna
speaking
be
my
delicious.
language.
With our buttery base ready, Tara and I add boneless chicken wings and Mott's cheese. Then it was time for something sweet.
Our secret little ingredient, we're gonna add
Yes,
some syrup
look at this. It's so wrong, it's right. So a little bit of a swirl.
So it kind of bakes into the base and stuff and almost like caramelizes on there.
The pizza bakes at 555 degrees until the crust turns golden brown before the final topping.
It's smelling so good in here.
Smells like breakfast.
Jinx. Oh, we can't forget the Mike's hot
The
honey.
most important part.
Drizzle me timbers.
Pizza time.
Cheers.
Cheers.
So you get a combination of crunch and fluff with a little bit of that salty cheese.
And then it's just hot.
And then the hot honey.
It's good.
It slaps.
Of course, I couldn't leave Zaza's without trying the famous pickle pizza.
I could see a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle eating this right now. Cheers.
Cheers with your hot slice of pizza.
Oh my gosh. It's got that punchy vinegar pickle taste, and the cheese mellows it out. I never knew that a pickle on a pizza would work so well.
It does. I don't like pineapple on pizza, but like pickle on pizza, that's my move.
Before heading back to New York, I had one more pizza party to attend.
My friend and owner of Zaza's Pizza and Wings, Tara.
Tara's routine wowed friends and fans of all ages who came to wish her well before the big competition.
Taking it all the way back to where you first began in the kitchen with your mom and grandma to where you are today. If they could see you now, what do you think they would say?
I would like to say that they are definitely proud. I don't think they would expect what I'm doing now compared to where my original game plan was in life. I think they would realize it's not just pizza to me. It is my life, it is my world, and I love it.
Tara placed second in the Masters Acrobatic Competition in Vegas. And she can't wait to come back and compete for the title again next year.
Pizza is the ultimate comfort food. With so many unique styles, sauces, and toppings, it's truly impossible to go wrong. As pizza has evolved over the years, so have the chefs behind this iconic Italian staple. Whether they're cooking pies, running front of house, or going all out on stage, the women making pizza today are creating more space at the table for everyone.
Joining us this morning, Chef Elena Besser. She is going to make something awesome as we get back